Hello, nerds. Sorry for the couple-day break. Just kind of tired. Caught up watching shit. Grabbing food. Should be back in it this week pretty good here. I will be going next week as well. But, yeah, looking forward to doing a stream at my throat, man. Jesus. My throat was used to not talking for 2 days. Or not as much. Yeah, I think part of it was just taking a quick little break, distracted by shit, and honestly, I've been watching a lot on this game. I've definitely not been a break from gaming. I've been watching gaming. I don't know, this is one that maybe it's the pacing or something, but the farther I've been in it, the more I kind of want to take my time, and not even just because it's that good. Just, honestly, there's a sameness to some of the gameplay maybe as part of it. No, we'll discuss it. We whip open the notes I made a couple days ago. We'll figure it out. Anyway, today will be this, and then Tomb Raider if it's in the mail. Or maybe something else. Sorry, my allergies are getting me. Let's go ahead and get started. Alright, so when we left off, we were a ways into the hospital. Not the hospital. God, jeez. I was watching something at the hospital. The hotel, right near the end. So, whatever ending we get, we get. We're going to watch all the endings when we're done. Yeah. Probably ready to be done. I've been cranking it for a while now. It's good. I think it's overall good game. Got its pros over the original, got its uniquenesses, its distinctions, got its downgrades. I would say as a whole, I don't feel as many things about it as I did the original. It's not as striking. But compared to the average AAA thing, especially your average horror AAA, outside your Alan Wake 2, I mean, it's... Well, there's not many AAA horror games that aren't going for more gameplay oriented shit like Resident Evil. But it's good on that front. Yeah. I think in the grand scheme of indie games and everything, I don't think it's an unheard of thing. But with this kind of fidelity and this kind of subject matter, you know, it's more unique. For playing it, I like it for that for sure. So we'll talk more about it. Let's see where I was. I think we needed to go up the stairs to the left. Oh, I was out all day working. My allergies are... Yeah, we haven't done anything up here, I don't think. kind of going for the leave ending. We will see what happens there. Got a lot of 1-0 something stuff. So. Yeah, hoping to have a good talk about the game. I've been watching probably more than I've been playing it, honestly. Pretty in-depth runs of this that I haven't finished or anything, but so I wouldn't call it studying or anything, but I've been looking a bit. I've realized that I've forgotten a lot in the original. There's a lot of things I've said that I was definitely not 100% on, but definitely thought some. Maybe I remembered something. I don't know. I definitely could use a replay of the originals. I mean, the broad strokes. I don't feel that way. I mean, I'm pretty confident why I like the original so much and what about it, but some of the details for sure. What scenes are new, what aren't, that kind of stuff. Which is cool. It's cool learning about that. Wanted to make sure that wasn't too off base. But yeah, man, I guess if you haven't been here in a bit, well, I'm not going to explain Silent Hill 2 to you, but I've been enjoying it. I think it's a good horror game. It's interesting in its own right here, but misses some of the uniqueness and feel of the original and some key places. I'd say cutscenes. Some people really are whacking the cutscenes off. Some people don't feel that way. I think it's where you get off on music usage. How strong you feel about advanced mocapping and face scan over camera angles, over voice acting, stuff like that. I think this game has better usage of nuanced facial capture and all that, of course. And they make good use of it with some characters, especially James, which is a good one to get it right on. But in terms of the kind of color style, art style of the cutscenes, the camera work especially, the overall dreamy feeling and capturing of the kind of surreal creepiness of the original. I find a lot of the story stuff to be worse. And the pacing is worse because there's a lot more game. Which I think all the areas are varied and they look nice and they feel nice. And it's fun enough, but I do think the systems probably aren't strong enough for a game of this length. It pretty much relies purely on the thrill ride of it, which, I mean, is a pretty strong thing for sure, and that's why I think it's still good. Like the sound and the varied visuals and stuff. I mean, they do try to mix up the enemies, and you very rarely get like a new weapon, but it's overall pretty low. Yeah, I don't know. We'll talk more about it. Let's ride it out and enjoy it for now. Something on the other side here. Could have just beat him up, but it's alright. Need to go ahead and use as much handgun as I want. We've got like what, one major boss left, and I'm rolling a bazillion rifle. Oh, there's two, right? The finale and Pyramid Heads or whatever. I don't remember exactly. Nice. We got a lot of first floor shit. Although we're not done up here. Oh, well, maybe we are. My back's been hurting me. Just a little bit like an old man. I noticed that my, I have like a smartphone mattress top. It's like ripped in half. It's just over time, or maybe one of the corners. I mean, one of the corners did get ripped, and I think once that happens, a lot of it starts going. It's probably just old at this point. I wonder if that's played into it a bit. I don't know if those things, like, when they kind of break down a little bit, if it starts fucking with your body. Probably. I probably need to get a new one. Honestly, probably lifting a couple weights probably do me better. But... all right. So one of the big goals is getting a bunch of thingies. Statues. Start installing something as a backup. Like I said, I do want to get back in Against the Storm, but it might be more of a November thing. How did I not grab this in the first place? Wasn't I in here? Can up there. Jesus. Guess I was chatting it up at that point. I was probably pretty distracted. Oh no, wait, I just fell. It just happened to fall perfectly on this box to the point where I thought it was no way it was something. I guess violent's not the right word, but you know, usually when stuff falls, it's not so graceful. Alright, we got a couple rooms we can get into here. You look different today? No. That's how I always look. The real. How's the RA4 been treating you, buddy? Yeah, it's a good time. It's very fun, yeah. How you feeling about, well, I don't remember how far chapter 5 is in. I'll ask when you're further. I just forget that game has a lot of chapters. This thing's really going. Okay, yeah, no. I'll ask later then. Cool. Yeah, it's a fun time. Like I said, I've been watching a lot of randos for it. Yeah, probably within a couple hours. And then we're gonna watch all the endings, and then I'm gonna probably reiterate a lot of what I've already been saying, but kind of go through a little bit of notes and just kind of open it for discussion if people want. Then I'm gonna check the mail for the Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remasters. I've got some other stuff installing, but backups. I want to get back into Against the Storm, but might save that for next month. Yeah, so I mean, if it's like the original game, you finish the hotel and then you do the Nightmare Hotel. And I've already gone through most of the main hotel, so. I'm kind of doing each zone on its own stream, but I was chit-chatting so much last stream, which I took a couple days break. Not because of lack of interest, just kind of happened. But I'd already done some of this. Fireplace. I might have to remember a couple things here. It might be, I'm not lost, but there might be stuff I forgot, who knows. No. I don't think it does. If anything, Instead of thinking F is going to be the best one, maybe, and it's probably a low chance it was even going to be good, I just think this will just be better. I say that because I don't know how much of this was Konami's directorship. I mean, it did have Ito and Yamaoka on the project, but to be fair, Yamaoka's been a part of even the bad games. He just does a good job within whatever game he's in on his own. And Ito, I mean, he could just be their name. A lot of it feels like it might just be on Bloober. And I think Konami doesn't care as much about the artistic integrity as far as they care about how much it'll make them money. They just so happen to sometimes pick people that don't suck completely. And I feel like Bloober, they got lucky, actually was up to the task because they didn't. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they did not seem to be at this at the beginning, but I think they learned a lot. So I think with Silent Hill F, it being the RE-verse people who've put out 2 stinker multiplayer editions to Resident Evil games, is not really a glowing endorsement. That it's kind of going for a different setting, but something more akin to like a Siren. That so many Silent Hill games they've contracted out for, Ascension, A Short Letter, are dog shit. It's possible it could be good. I had more hope for it than I did this, but I don't think it's magically. My skepticism's going to disappear because this was good. This is I would call this an outlier, sadly. Usually when the shit stinks, and you take the top off the fucking, you open up the bag, it's usually shit. And this one, the shit stunk, but then it actually, it wasn't actually shit underneath, right? I don't know. Well, what's some kind of cooking that smells horrible that this analogy can work with? I think that's a good question. I mean, I want it to be good. I would love to see Ryukishi come out in something really big and we laugh and it's actually Kino and it's great. And we'll be able to joke about Ryukishi either way. That's the beauty of it, because we'll be wondering where Sasoni is regardless. But it'd be cool if it was good. It'd be nice to see Silent Hill get a new thing that puts it forward. So, I mean, this at the end of the day still has the cynicism of a remake attached to it in a risk-averse AAA world. Well, I think they cared a lot in this, and they did some really distinct, unique things that are really good. They also missed some of it, but it's still a remake. It's still somebody else's brainchild from the beginning. I would love to see a new idea that's good, and all of their new shit has sucked. So, I don't know. We'll see. I would like it to be good. It's possible it'll be good. I mean, it's not like it was like Big Rigs trucker game or some shit. It was like, or some horrid game is what the people who did or doing F made, but they're untested. There's been barely anything shown on it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, let's hope they're cooking. I mean, they're getting interesting names together for it. It could be the right people at the right time. Sadly, some of the interesting names aren't exactly known for anything good, but they've worked on big stuff. If anything, I'm more excited for the Stories Untold developers Silent Hill game. I think if anything, like a little indie dev is probably gonna, if they keep their scope right, maybe whip out something cute. But yeah, it'll be something small soon. Yeah, I mean, in a way, I guess this gets me excited, but it doesn't. I don't think if I break it down, if I feel like it's magically gonna be better now. The fireplace. Yeah, Konami is just, they don't have any talent at home. Not really. So they just give it to contractors. And at that point, they're going to get a light bit of guidance and a lot of marketing. And it's kind of up to them to do something. Konami doesn't care. I mean, they care because they want this to turn into a profitable franchise. But, I mean, the people who kickstarted this back up are not artists. They're money men. They didn't advertise this remake's first showing with a skate deck in the shop as well, to because they really cared about the art of it. So that doesn't mean it's gonna be bad. It just means that it's really gonna be on the devs, and I don't know how much support they'll have outside of what Konami thinks it's gonna be enough quality to make a buck. I would absolutely expect more remakes because hey, remakes are safe. They've got one, 1 million, 2 million seller here. They could do it again. They could flip a lot of assets from this probably. So I would expect another remake of 1 and 3, and if they're desperate for, yeah, F seems like the new one, right? I think if we're gonna see a future of the franchise, unless Bloober gets a new game, which I still don't know about original Bloober stuff. We'll see on their next game if they're still gonna Bloober it up or if they've changed. Unless they're gonna give it to someone that's tested and it's rang true. I mean, really, F's gonna be the first one that's really an indicator, a big one, right? I mean, technically, there's been other games that have come out, but I mean, they've sucked or just been small free projects or experimental predatory microtransaction monstrosities like Ascension. So yeah, I mean, F's gonna be outside of a string of remakes. I'd imagine what's going to keep this series alive or not. I mean, it's already died multiple times, right? I don't think the movie's gonna move the needle. I mean, your average Joe, like your grandma or something, I mean, they probably know the movie before they know the game, but I don't think a Silent Hill 2 movie is gonna magically like change that, and it's not gonna like boost the game sales that much. I mean, honestly, Ryukishi, he holds the series in his hand. Like I said, I think Bloober, unless they actually get to like make their own, it's just on life support. Because I don't think a series can be just remakes forever, right? You get one, and I'm sure if the suits get their way too, remakes for everything within a span of time, but after that, it's like you have to make something new. So we'll see. I mean, I'm always tired of remakes. I'd rather them get like a new one and see what happens, right? But honestly, me saying that, I mean, it's like they're gonna remake. I mean, the 1 and 2 probably gonna get remade. 1 would be interesting to see remade, and they put enough of their own little spin. It's a quality enough game that kind of like RE 2 and 4. They're kind of the exception to the rule for me. I'd be down. I'd play them. Even if it was by Bloober. I think they did a good enough job here. I'd play 1 and 3 by them. I think they missed some of the boat, especially with 2 here. I feel like their style of what they're doing would work a lot better with 1 and 3, where it goes into a little bit more hard horror. I mean, the symbolism and the dreaminess is still there in 3, but this leans itself a little bit more into that, where 2, I think they missed the dreamy surrealism, but they did a good job at the hard horror parts. So I think they do a good job, as long as they kept their heads on straight and improved the gameplay. Yeah, I mean, I would prefer something new always, right? I can go play the old ones. They're all timers for a reason. It'd be cool, but it's like it'd be cool to see Silent Hill in the spirit of the old ones, but in a new, wholly unique thing. But I mean, realistically, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they're just gonna remake the other two, and I'll play them because they'll exist. I definitely super jaded about remakes, super cynical about them, but I like the discussion. There are just good ones. I don't think inherently remakes are bad. I think the way the remakes are now in the industry is a sign of bad things. They had that news. Everybody was talking about it last week or this last week. The old PlayStation head boss for 30 years or whatever is saying that like AAA can't keep going the way it is, and they need to scale it back to cheaper games with more creativity and stuff. And I just thought that was ironic, considering he was like a. I mean, I guess he was not in the Jim Ryan days, right? He was when the games were more like that, maybe. But like I said, remakes nowadays are a side effect of everything else. They're a sign. It doesn't mean you can't have good art or something good out of it. I mean, especially in the world of video games, I think remakes are generally even crappier with movies, but with remakes you can apply like more objective upgrades or new gameplay techniques, or there's little stuff like that. I mean, you can do that in movies, but I feel like people consider games something that ages a bit more than movies. I don't really consider it quite that way, but I think remakes will always kind of be around, and they're more standardized now. But I think if they started making money in more like artistic, creative endeavors, remakes would probably still exist, but I don't think it'd be blockbuster stuff, because I don't think inherently, deep down, people surely, unless you're a complete memberberry, fucking nostalgic addict, truly just want remakes of their old stuff, and that, over something more original. I think people have Stockholm syndrome and think they want that because a lot of AAA and so a lot of journalists will say this kind of stuff. It's like it just will like kind of suck a lot of the time. And getting a taste of something with a bit more bite in AAA, either it's from a remake or whatever, is kind of exciting. But I really don't think like inherently, if you could have like a godly new game or a godly remake, you would just. I mean, you might take the remake sometimes because maybe you're just in the mood for nostalgia, but I feel like most of the time you wouldn't, right? Otherwise, well, I don't think a lot of us would even be playing new shit. I'm here to shill romancing saga too. Based. Boys. Padlock. Okay, we got something in the fireplace. For me, it's just like I have so many games to play. It's more of a justification of time. So unless it does something really special or it's an outlier, I'm not really looking just to play the same thing. The stream discussion changes that, but The infinite backlog, right? Yeah, for sure. I don't know, it depends. Like, I mean, if you mostly just suck the T to AAA games, there's some good ones every year. If you dip into indies, you know, I think you're gonna care a little bit less about lapping up every remake, but I feel like if you fully dive in and explore all that kind of stuff and you're not too worried about a lot of the production value type of shit, it's harder and harder to justify spending your time with a lot of remakes and stuff. I don't think it's not worth it. I mean, it's an interesting thing. Like that for me is a little different. It's like it's cool seeing like something, a different take on something. It's cool talking about how it relates to the industry. You know, and sometimes they're just good games. Sometimes like RE4 remake. But yeah. If I can have all of those things, but it's a wholly original experience, it's like, well, why bother? The problem with remakes is a lot of the time they're overpriced, unremarkable, or just outright worse versions of some games. You know, if every remake was, you could at least argue it possibly being better. I don't think this is better than the original, but there are things that are better or that are way make it worth playing, then sure. But usually it's like sad excuses to like that tarnish the original game, but maybe make it more palatable for modern sensibilities, which I always hate that. It usually just means people who can't open their mind up a little bit to a wider breadth of shit. It's gotta have a certain amount of, you know, the people who are like, oh, it's gotta be the graphics and oh, the gameplay gotta be a certain way. There's gotta be a certain amount of handholding or something. You know, that kind of mentality. Not that I'm defending this game's original combat. That might be what people think when I say that. So it's one of those things where you know, when they're good, they make their own case. I especially like reimaginings over outright you know, this is just a better version mentality, because it's very hard to do just a better version, especially when you're jumping this many generations. You know, things get close. I think RE2 remake, you could maybe argue that one. It's still very different, but that one's probably one of the, or that or Live Alive remake probably capture the spirit the best possible, or just start have, you know, they're not reimagining the whole thing. It's like a clear, just like, hey, this is like just a juiced up version of an old one at no cost. But it's very rare, you know. A lot of the times you're getting overpriced games. I think Luigi's Mansion 2, which is pretty much a full priced. I don't even, maybe side grade Until Dawn remake, downgrade, full price. I think that one was full price. Thousand Year Door remake, full price. Arguably worse in a lot of areas that matter. Just kind of veneer, a different veneer on it, a different polish on the coat of paint. You know, if these things were more aggressively priced, the originals were more in existence, you know, that'd be one thing. But the problem is you're getting like full price releases for stuff that most of the work's done on, that instills no new creativity or betrays what was good about the original. And I find that much worse. So this, I think it does its own thing at times. I think it's trying to capture the spirit. I think the art and especially the sound design is great. I think it misses some of what made the original special. I don't find this one as special, but it's still good. Um, but yeah, then there's the problem like you're talking about, where a lot of people will be like, "Oh, just go play the original." It's like, well, the original's not available. Um, Instead of somebody opening up their mind a little bit and saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go try this," maybe there's gonna be some stuff I gotta get used to, like tank control or something. I'm gonna get a feel for it because people like it at one point, and then be like, oh, if you open up to it a little bit, maybe some of it's a little hard to stomach, but it's like, what was that vision there? Like the people who made this weren't just like less talented, had less vision, had less skill. It was just a different time, a different cultural moment, a different, group. And it's just like those things still bleed through just fine. And so the idea that like you are just playing a replacement, like, oh yeah, I've just played Silent Hill 2. I don't get the same feeling from this at all of Silent Hill 2. There's definitely things I do. I definitely think it's good in its own right, but do I get the dreamy surrealism? Do I get the pace that's half the time of this? Um, the front and center music, like not so much. Like that's not there. So it's different. So it's not a replacement. And that's kind of how I think about it. It's worth it in its own right. I mean, if you had one day left to live, maybe you got to make a choice on which one you want to play. I mean, I'd still say go for the original. Um, it's kind of what I brought up before I started this game like a week ago. I don't just want to play uh, a million 10 out of 10 Resident Evil clones. I'm okay playing some 8s, some 9s that try to do something extremely unique and memorable. This, while it's still Silent Hill, and I think it does a good job for the most part being Silent Hill, is not the unique Silent Hill feel to the exact extent I like. But it is like a clean Resident Evil-ish thing, right? So this is not the best one to use as an example because I think this game is still good, but like I think some people maybe get too attached to the fidelity, the artistry on that side of things, um, and more where like some of these games, they're the soul, what was unique about them, where they kind of slot into the industry and should, versus just like, are they just fun to play kind of stuff? Like, it's different. Like, I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't really say that exactly because I don't think this game's gameplay is that great. It's fine. It's more than acceptable, but the art and the sound is where it really goes hard. And while it's unique there, it's not an island, especially anymore. Especially like stuff like Alan Wake 2. Where Silent Hill 2 still is unique is in this, like I said, the surrealism, the dreamy feel. And this doesn't quite go for that as much, but they try. Like I said, it's still good. Yeah. I mean, we had that big discussion here. We had people saying, well, people who don't want to play the original just aren't going to anyways. I mean that's true to a certain extent, but I feel like that's kind of a different point. My thing is like, well, for the people who aren't like going to be really open-minded about trying stuff, which is fine, People who originally tried the old Silent Hills, they didn't know what they were getting, right? They just tried it, maybe, and then word of mouth from there or something. You know, like I want this. You want it to be something that like captures the strength of like why it was so special for a new generation, not just hey, it's pretty accurate and it's pretty fun, and then they forget about it in 6 months or something. Like it's different, right? Like I mean, it's why did Silent Hill 2 become this 20, 30 year long like phenomenon type of thing, right? It's 30 because we're gonna have probably another 10 years of random shit, but and it's like, so for your people who aren't going to go back and play an old game, well, I want them to capture that. It's like with Thousand Year Door. Yeah, it's good. The remake, it's fine, but is it the every little piece, all the little bells and whistles, all cylinders, everything oiled up to the same extent it was in the original? It's like no, it's not. And I don't think people are going to get the same reaction. Now, it's the difference between being truly great and just being like great, right? There's so much competition out there. I feel like when you tarnish something with like a worse soundtrack or you fuck up the visuals a little bit, on the surface, yeah, ooh, it's still a 9 out of 10. It's still Thousand Year Door. It's still X and Y, it's mostly the same, but it's mostly the same, right? It's like the fucking Persona 3 Reload soundtrack. Yeah, it's close to the same, but it's like if somebody just came in and just smeared just a little, you can't see it, but you can smell it. There's just a little shit, just a little bit of shit. And then subconsciously, you're not thinking about it as much. It doesn't have as much impact. You forget about it sooner. Like, that's kind of the difference for me. Now, it's not to say there can't be upgrades. Yes, I would argue, the gameplay is better in this. I like the way certain monsters are in this. I think it's undercut by stuff like the pacing. I'm not putting this on that example, but it's a different feel. This is a case of it's different. The spirit's there, the intent is there. It's good in its own right, but it is different. So you should still play the original. Stuff like Live Alive, I think you could just play the remake, right? Like some old Dragon Quest, like the SNES Dragon Quest, you can just play those over the NES ones, right? Like they're just better, right? Like you're not like losing any of like the idea of it or anything. It's mostly pretty minor kind of graphical changes. And I mean, some people make arguments all the way back to Super Mario All Stars, right? Like, oh, the graphical style is too different, and some would just argue it's higher fidelity. So I mean, it's an age-old question. So maybe I'm wrong in some capacity. A lot of it's subjective, but I don't know. The cocktail of everything that happens in a game and stuff is a unique experience. And I mean, maybe some of it's negative, so maybe some of it can be improved. I'm not saying every game comes out perfect, but the idea that you can just replace a game with another one or something, I find it very rare that works out quite right. Certain ports and remasters, for sure. They tend to be more technical, a touch of quality of life, just modern, just not even that. Okay, I take the Batman Arkham ports, Ezio collections, way worse, made by people who don't give a fuck, who weren't part of the original crew, to make a quick buck on a new system with no quality control. They're just like worse games, and it's like you'd have no idea if you've not played the originals. Hell, the Final Fantasy X remasters, they look like fucking porcelain dolls. They're worse, right? Like, the thing is, I feel like with remakes and remasters, this stuff flies under the hood. You have to really, really give a shit to even like care about some of that stuff. And most people will just be like, no, you're just nitpicky, or you're a purist, or you just old is good, new is bad. And it's like that's not really what's going on, right? Because there's plenty of reimaginings and remakes I like a lot, right? I put RE2 and RE4 remake on the same level as RE4 for me, right? Better than most of the series. RE1 is the only other one up there, I think, in that tier for me. RE1 remake. Not even the original, right? So it's like, I think the RE1 remake's a great example. That's just better for sure, right? I don't know. I'm rambling, I guess, but I think it's complicated. There's your people who are like afraid to play old games, who have to like kind of cope as to like, oh no, the old people, they're just attached to things, and it's nostalgia. It's like, no, that's not always the case. Sometimes it is the case, because there are going to be your bad actors who are just like, completely nostalgia fueled. But there is a case for the years some of these people spent fine tuning a vision, and then somebody else coming in and like playing with it, or a corp like smearing a little shit on it, and they might not even do it knowingly, but they do it to kind of justify maybe a price tag or because of the way the industry is, and then you get, to the unsuspecting consumer, a possibly worse game, but just kind of not as noticeably. But the difference between a good game and a great game, or a great game and a very great game, sometimes is in the details. It is in the minor stuff, right? And that's hard to quantify. I mean, you could just be a certain time in your life. The game just means something more to you. It might not even be something about the game itself, right? So, I mean, you're getting your fucking dick sucked for the entirety of your Silent Hill or, 1,000 Year Door original playthrough, and it's like, so you just like the original experience better, right? When you're getting your balls smacked with a hammer when you're playing the remake. Like, it's sometimes there's other things going on, and I think it's too easy for people to appeal to that kind of thing instead of admitting that, maybe remakes are overpriced. There are too many, and the quality control tends to be pretty low. Maybe they're fun in their own right. There's nothing wrong with enjoying them. Enjoy whatever the fuck you want. That's fine. I'm not saying that people shouldn't enjoy it. But when we're discussing it, when you're getting backlash, when you're, saying that these things should continue or they should change, companies going to listen. What people are going to buy. People are influenced by that kind of stuff. I think there's a little bit more onus on the person talking about it to think about that kind of stuff. If you just want to play it, fuck yeah. I mean, I play like all these remakes, right? I don't think I'm like some fucking horrible person for doing it. Like, I just have fun with them. Sometimes it is just fun to be like, even though I don't like certain things about them, it's like, yeah, I'm still just having a little fun nostalgia thing. But I mean, I recognize it for what it is. So yeah, sometimes it's just getting used to different things, right? I mean, the first game with twin stick shooting, Alien, whatchamacallit, people thought was a fucking, like, sacrilege, that it was a fucking, like, disgusting nightmare. And now it's, like, the standard for control shooting, right? It doesn't mean shit. I mean, yes, there is a certain something to be said about, like, how snappy controls are and the implementation of that kind of stuff. You don't want like too much like screen lag, that kind of shit, right? Certain kinds of feedback that does just like internally feel better, I guess, to a human. There are, like generally in a platformer, you don't want like 2 seconds of input delay or some shit, right? Like, there are things that are just like objective truths. There are cases though for games with more methodical, more lumbering, long kind of jump setups. I mean, people like those new Jump King games. I mean, those take a long time to usually get the jump off. I mean, even like certain like methodical action games, like your Souls, they're slower than like a Bayonetta. So it's like there's an implementation and stuff for what people would consider, icky, slow, odd feel, but a lot of times just execution. So I mean, there are things that date themselves. There is like, a trend, maybe back in old games to artificially make your game harder, to beat rentals or make people rent them more, or, certain cultures wanted it a certain kind of difficulty or something. That, or like VNs was like sex shit, right? It's like, it's stuff that like maybe isn't really super strong or well thought out on like the artistic vision, but like there's something other factor there that kind of falls out of vogue that makes it worse. Like motion controls on the Wii, it's like they're gimmicky, and then people realize they're not super well executed, so there's just less of them. Same with like the DS, right? There's a lot less the farther in you go because it was a fad, right? So I mean, doesn't mean there's not games that make great use of it, but so those kinds of things, yes, they can be phased out. They can be realized that they're just a passing fad, which, hey, that's fun in the moment. Maybe they're fun to come back to, but it's not like a long-term mainstay. So there's something to be said about that in old games. There are things to improve on. I don't think Super Mario Bros. 1 is as fun as like, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, just they're not on the same playing field. I mean, I think it's just like just because the age does matter. There are things that just feel better. There are things learned and lessons learned. And I'd be silly to say that there's not things learned, but I think people overestimate some of that stuff. Yeah, having full control over every little bit of your character, yeah, it feels good to have that freedom and shit. But it's like RE4 the original, right? Considered an all-timer for a reason, and everything is designed around the controller, around that kind of movement, down to the speed of the enemies, the level design. They weren't stupid. They weren't like, well, golly gee, tank controls are gonna be the best thing forever. Nobody said that. Nobody probably fucking thought. They probably knew things could be different. That's what they were doing. They found a way to make it work great. Or they decided to do that. It's not like there weren't games when that fucking game came out that, didn't have got rid of tank controls, right? So it just like kind of worked for them. A lot of people back in the day would argue, I prefer tank controls because the speed of it means that the enemies are going to be more like, since I can't just like smooge around everywhere and dodge and flip around and stuff. That means that, the enemies are going to be more dangerous, and I have to be more careful about how I move, which means I think about the level design, how I'm going to move about it. Now in like RE4 Remake, you could just slide right past dudes. You could slip between guys. You can parry guys. And the thing is, it's still good because the enemies can spin quicker. They can attack and like add directions. They'll add more enemies. They'll change the level design. They make it work for what it is. That's the difference to me. I don't know. I think people want to say that like X is just inferior because I'm smart because I exist, kind of shit. When in reality, it's like, that's a mean way to put it, but like everybody wants to assume they're just the fucking smartest person in the room, but it's like at the end of the day, it's like maybe it's just not your style. Maybe it's just hard for you to adjust, and you just want to learn how to like you just don't feel like learning how to do it. Or it's just that's fine. There's nothing wrong if it's not your taste. But I think going and saying like the train controls are objectively inferior, like it's like maybe in like a grand scheme of things, like the average tank controls are worse. But I think there's too many exceptions, and execution of it matters too much. Now, I mean, generally it's something that's been phased out, and I'm not like sad to see it go. I'm not like saying tank controls is my favorite. But I don't think it's something that's that hard to accustom to, especially when games have just really used it super well. So, I don't know. The point isn't tank controls. It's more that I think people want to think that old is bad to an extent where they'll apply the bad label to things that really aren't, because they just haven't really thought about it that much. And it's easier to have a knee-jerk reaction where new is good than actually be like think it through and realize there's there's just great stuff coming out in any generation, anytime. It's the same people who say we're in a horrible time for games. I think they're stupid. Unless they're just talking about AAA, then yeah, it's not that great. But it's just always there's just always more going on than that. Like if you think games suck right now and like you play indies, then you're stupid. And if you say games suck right now and you don't play indies, you're not into games as much as you think. Also, people who say that we're in the best time of gaming because all of the old games exist right now, that's not what people are talking about. If you're that person who says that, shut up. That's not what anybody's talking about. They're talking about the state right now of current new video games. Because then there's no conversation then. You could always play and view all the old stuff unless you live in some fucking like dictatorship that like destroys old media or something. Like that's always just such a dumb thing. I mean, the mentality is right. Yeah, technically, you know, it is right. But I mean, I think the state of releasing new things is good because of indies. How you doing, Redlos? I'm rambling. We're having a discussion, but it's mostly me rambling. I'm red hot. Feeling red hot about this topic. Just talking about remasters and remakes and the idea of dated game design and where people will yeah, it's just pointed at the Fumo. You can't see me anyways. I'll turn it back to me when we're done with the game. I just wanted the Fumo to be in the dark, spooky. It'd be cool if I could get that Fumo like doing the James thing from the original. I think that'd be cool, but or like the Maria original jail cell camera thing, was just like looking real spooky. Yeah, I mean that's me right there. I went through a metamorphosis. A dark metamorphosis. You know, that's yeah, real interesting shit to bring up. Maybe I've just because I took a 2-day stream break because I was watching this game and other stuff. Maybe I was ballooning with conversation. Depression of not having a conversation. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with not liking a certain feel of game and stuff. You enjoy whatever the fuck you want. But yeah, it's just when you get into discussion where you're invalidating like somebody's entire game because a new version of it comes out or their vision or because of like really surface level more things that are actually taste and not objective, stuff like that. Or when you let the smoke and mirrors of like high fidelity or something get in your way of enjoying like raw like art direction and passion and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that about this. I'm talking like the Unreal Engine 5, Grand Theft Auto 3 fan remake, and it's like graphics are all, you know, I mean it looks horrible because there's no art direction, no anything in it. But it's got like ray tracing and bloom and like, you know, all this shit. It's like, don't be fooled by that shit, man. like you don't want everything to look like some fucking like nasty Unreal Engine soup. Like, you know, like this still has like an art direction. It still has like, you know, thought about like lighting placement, about what things mean in the details, all that kind of stuff, right? A vision. This is an age-old thing, right? People have been complaining about graphics versus non-graphics for as long as I've fucking seen people talk about video games, right? It's a big deal right now because the arms race of fidelity in video games has hit almost a breaking point where the $300 to $500 million video game is not sustainable anymore. And there's a point where being able to see the skin follicles on James's ass cheek doesn't really fucking matter after a while. I mean, maybe everything combined does like subconsciously give you an impact, but the amount of time some of these things take versus their payoff, you know, it's hard to make a 5-year long game or something. It's, you know, especially if you're, you know, Giga Corpo and you're trying to chase a trend. I mean, look at Concord, right? When they started making that game, the fucking genre, nobody cared. And 6 years later, it's like, nobody fucking cared then either. And it's like, you know, one of the biggest fucking bombs in all of video games, right? I mean, look at Unknown 9 that just came out. Anybody remember that? Of course you didn't. That was Namco and Bandai, $200 million, I think. bought up a studio, a Canadian studio, 150 people, AAA vets and all that stuff, multimedia, podcasts, books, comics, all this shit. 200 people, I think, were playing it on Steam, and it came with people's GPUs. Like, these things take forever to come out. They're made for way too many fucking people, so they got no bite. And like the amount of money they take for like, I mean, like if it was like a cheaper game that they made in like a year, it's like, you could probably bounce back a bit maybe, but they end up being these huge. It's funny because they're trying to make them not risky, but in turn they're starting to bomb because they just have nothing. Nobody cares. They're just fucking boring, forgettable bullshit, right? Feel bad for the people working on it a bit, but I mean, hey, at least they got paid. But I mean, I know, that kind of, they're probably gonna keep jobs. Yeah, it sounds like some kind of weird, like, not MMO, but like, I read people talking about it, but it didn't make sense enough. I didn't read, I was reading it when I was waking up and I had to go to work, so. Not an MMO, but some kind of like weird daily login, like everybody's sucking each other off, like user generated content thingy. You might have to give me the full lowdown. I heard little bits about it. I heard some people doing fake shit saying it was like another Miiverse, but I don't know if that was true. I don't think so. Oh, okay. Yeah, and for the record, when I'm talking about all this shit, I like this game. I think it's good. I enjoy it quite a bit. I've enjoyed my time with it. Like I said, I don't think I get the same feeling that really stuck with me after Silent Hill 2. And I don't have nostalgia for Silent Hill 2. I played it within the last like decade. It is not a childhood game. I mean, you can have nostalgia for shit that's not that old. Yeah. This room's looking hot and heavy. But I do think it's good in its own right. I don't think it quite captures. It captures the detail, but I don't think it quite captures the exact feeling. It captures the spirit for the most part. But, like I said, I'd be curious to see them do another one. I think maybe they could get close and do an even better job on another remake. Did they? I saw somebody. I think it was a troll. Yeah, saying they fixed the Maria cutscene and stuff, and changed the lighting. I don't think they did. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could just be a more MMO-y Animal Crossing. Because let's be real, Animal Crossing is definitely on the docket for Switch 2, right? Now, it could also just be the new goofy Wii Sports-esque fun, like, hey, here's a thing to do on the Switch 2 that everybody has by default kind of deal, right? The PS Home kind of thing, right? That bullshit. Now, I'd be more excited if it was like a proper full-ass game. But if it's just going to be like a unified Nintendo, like goof around daily login thing, then it's interesting. But I'm not as excited then. Yeah, but I mean, it created enough fans where enough extra fans, and I mean, not even just extra fans, but I mean, it's a big series in its own right. That's that studio. That's the Splatoon studios. I mean, they're working on one. I mean, they have to be. I'm sure they're working on another Splatoon, but Splatoon 3 just ended. Its deal and its DLC came out last year. I mean, I wouldn't expect Splatoon 4 as a launch thing, even close to it. So Animal Crossing, very possible. This could play into that. I mean, Nintendo definitely needs to dip in a little harder here. And I think they don't need to, but I think they could dip in a little harder and push some of that online stuff a bit and see what happens, right? Alright, I need to do this vanity mirror thing. I think there's room for them to experiment. I mean, they have online games. I mean, you know, just more standard stuff like Mario Kart. You know, you just verse somebody. You know, Splatoon, you just verse somebody. But something with like kind of this more hybrid online exists, like constantly existing world, like a pseudo MMO thing. I think there's something that cool they could do. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I would expect. Oh yeah, there's a light bulb in here. I would expect possibly Mario Kart as well. I don't think you're gonna get Mario Kart and a Mario game. What light bulb are we looking for? I mean, you think I could just pull a light bulb out of anything? We got bolt cutters for chains. I don't remember where these chains are. It might be this elevator. You think if James needed a light bulb, he's got plenty of options, man. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see though, huh? I think a version of Prime 4 at least, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be dual launch. I wouldn't expect that. Maybe it'll run better, but I wouldn't expect that to be a ground up Switch 2 game. I don't know. I could see this little weird MMO light thing being like just like a PS Home-esque, like Me Plaza type of thing on roids. Because Nintendo always tries to do like a new thing for each console, and maybe this time, because the hardware is probably going to be the same, they're going to try to do like some kind of unified software novelty thing that nobody's going to care about. The thing is, like, Nintendo would be a horrible purveyor. Oh wait, I haven't gone to the basement. Horrible overlord of a MMO type of thing. So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying is they're for how controlling they are over their IP and like custom content and stuff. Honestly, the open sandbox of a somewhat online game, that I feel like it would just hurt it, if anything. I mean, maybe it'd make it more accessible for kids, but I'm forgetting a bunch of areas because I like half explored this a while ago. I mean, it was always really funny back in the Meat Plaza days where people were saying some crazy shit, but yeah. I've been in this shitter. This shitter. I've been here before. The year 2424. No shit arc. Yeah, dude. Oh, there's a gate outside. There you go. Outside gates usually it's that kind of shit. Bolt cutters. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my bet would still be on Mario Kart because it's a crazy moneymaker. Although I could see them not doing Animal Crossing at the same time. I mean, those kind of have their own communities, but they are like mass casual and hardcore gamer kind of combos, especially with Animal Crossing, or especially with Mario Kart. But, I don't know. Maybe they'd want to have two heavy hitters at the same time. Yeah, I think you see a 3D Mario within a year or two, if not launch. I think you see Mario Kart very soon. I think Prime 4 is getting a double release. I think Animal Crossing is very possible. I think a Fire Emblem 4 has been literally just sitting around from everywhere I've ever heard. It's just sitting in a vault somewhere. I could see that having like a dual release. Or they just make it exclusive just for shits. Yeah, but you gotta think are they making levels constantly because they wanted constant profit? Like, if Nintendo wants Mario Kart, their highest selling game, I'm pretty sure, to keep making them money, right? They want another one existing. And Mario Kart 8, you gotta remember, that game is a Wii U game. There wasn't even a new Mario Kart in the Switch, so it's like they've probably had a new Mario Kart cooking for quite a while. And all of those other like maps and stuff, people called them low effort a lot of the time. They probably weren't putting that much into it. It was just a way to like get a few bucks out of an already massive consumer base. I highly doubt their whole team was cranking it. Right? No way. There's probably always a Mario Kart game in development. I would put money on that for sure. It's too big not to. They'd be stupid to not always have one in development. I mean, maybe they sit on it and release it at certain times. Maybe they take a break until the first big map packs, but I would be shocked if these like phone port maps were like the whole team of Mario Kart. But it was batting down the hatches. They're all like, nope, this is all we're doing. No, no way. And you think Nintendo's going to be like, oh, well, Mario Kart 8's final DLC came out. Guess we'll release the next one in 5 years? No, no. That's their highest selling game, isn't it? Outside like Pokemon? I don't even think Pokemon individually sells as much as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe did. Let me see. Highest selling Switch game. Can I trust Wikipedia? Yeah, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. 63 million. Just Deluxe. Second place, Animal Crossing New Horizons. 46 million. They're not even fucking close. They're not even in the same fucking realm. There is no way when Mario Kart 8 is like a top seller like every month that they do not have another Mario Kart 8 within it. There maybe is like a year gap with no Mario Kart content. No fucking way. They are a money making company above all. They just get that good games matter. If they were like all super nice and didn't care about any money at all, they would not have like the lawyer situations or anything. No way. Um, Making noise about how Nintendo needs to figure out a way to move on from his vision for Smash Bros. He's already either working on one or they're asking him to work on one. Maybe they're talking to him about like I haven't watched the Sakurai final videos or anything yet. Maybe they're talking like they want to do the same thing again because it made a lot of money. That was the third highest selling at 35 million, which is, about half of Mario Kart. Um, but yeah, maybe it's like they want to do the same thing, but as an art guy and as a professional, he realizes like honestly, Smash Bros. Kind of just kept upgrading the same formula, and it kind of hit, you'd almost say, a perceived peak with Ultimate because the amount of character you can include is probably a bigger deal than almost anything else, and they had all the other features and polish. So at this point, unless you really reinvent the series, it's like you're going to come out with a game that might sell a lot, but it's not going to do a lot for the brand because it's probably going to be underwhelming, right? And that's kind of what I'm thinking is like it could be good in its own right, but like if you're just looking to continuously have Smash Bros be as exciting as Ultimate, well, one, it's just not going to probably happen. Two, it could easily deflate and become less interesting if they just keep beating the horse. I mean, there's only been what, like, how many Smash games? N64, Melee, Wii, 3DS, Wii U, and the Switch one was it 5 or 6 or something? I mean, nobody cares about 3DS one, but and they've all just been like, you know, incremental upgrades with more and more characters. Maybe maybe they'll have a campaign this time, or maybe this time they'll have stickers, right? But I mean, it's been always just kind of building more characters, cleaner gameplay, more features. Very clear, just like like there's a different feel, and there is a reason to go play the old ones in some ways. But it's like it's definitely like a Sims type of thing where they just kind of like upgrade it, right? Like you don't need to play like all of them, that kind of deal. So it's like when you reach what's considered maybe a peak, or you've hit all the cross promotional potential. It's like yeah, you might have you should kind of have to reinvent it a bit. I imagine. I don't know. Like, could they just do the same formula again with like Subspace 2, but it's actually like good or something instead of just like kind of a neat side thing? Maybe like it could work, but if they're wanting like a long term, this is going to be top 5 seller forever. Yeah, I think they have to kind of mix it up a bit. But it could just be it. That might just be it for Smash, right? I mean, like maybe they make an Ultimate like deluxe. Um, Maybe they make a couple more, like and it just kind of like rides it out. It's not a thriving genre. Every one of these that tries to do it generally doesn't do super well. It's mostly, well, they're fun. It's a lot of it's the amount of features, a lot of it's the amount of characters, like, and it's hard to beat what they already had. So I don't know. I mean, they could, but yeah, he's probably right. As a businessman and as like an artist, because he's a very like professional kind of developer as much as he is a guy who probably cares about the art of it. Oh yeah, no, I mean that's fine. I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying like some kind of X factor that like makes people want to play that adds something different while keeping everything the same. You know what I mean? I'm not saying a subspace is the right call. I don't think the gameplay format really works that well for like a campaign like that. It doesn't feel super great, right? I mean, it's a totally different game to like create an action platformer versus just reusing a uh, party beat 'em up combat thing, whatever you want to call Smash fighting game, in a single player format. I never cared about going back to Subspace. I don't think it's that good, but it's like it's different enough. It's special, where that's like one of the only things people remember about Brawl, right? Where it's like Smash 4, it's like what do you remember from that? The board or whatever. Like, it's just one-upped by Ultimate generally. I mean, if you're really in the nitty-gritty and you really know your shit, there's probably some, like, gameplay nuance you could argue. And that's where you're going to get, like, the melee people versus, Ultimate folks and all that stuff. But for, like, the people who are going to turn it into a top 5 seller, they don't care about that shit, right? So, I don't know what they do there. An X Factor, a gimmick, maybe. But, like, I don't know how good that is for the longevity of the thing. I mean, people buy the same game every year with, like, FIFA and stuff like that. But I feel like with the Smash Bros, it's a little bit more of a discerning customer base. It isn't Dude Bros, it's like, it's gamers. But, like, maybe they're not, like, that discerning. But it's like, like I said, you could get away with it. But I don't think it's, like, you're going to keep an upward trajectory forever. It has to, like, reinvent itself or just fade into the annals of history, man. I mean, that could be it, man. Do a Virtua Fighter, man. Yeah, I mean, I think they do. Well, too many remakes. They're one of the worst about it, especially if overpriced and all that. But I mean, their new stuff, their quality tends to be pretty good still. But I would definitely like to. I'd always like to see more people experiment more, try different shit, and probably churn out stuff faster. So maybe with more risk, lighter budgets. But I mean, who knows? I definitely agree. It'd be interesting to see them dip into something like that. Yeah, I mean, I think they know it's important to try different shit. Now, I mean, are they extremely attached to certain IPs and those IPs make a lot of money for them? Yes, but it's like even in Mario, they are experimental to a certain extent. I mean, overall less so than they ever were, but you know, yes, they port a lot of RPGs anymore, but they're. Oh, I mean, I guess they are making another Mario RPG, but it's like generally there's not many. You know, Mario Kart's still a huge deal, but it's not like they're. That was an idea on the SNES, right? They're just riding off it. They don't even really kind of do sports ones. They kind of rework Mario Party, but these are all old ideas, right? I mean, they just have worked out because they were experimental at one point, and now they just keep riding that success. I feel like stuff like Zelda, they tend to be very experimental. 3D Mario tends to be. Um, so, I think absolutely. I mean, for the longevity of any of these companies, it's like what we were talking about earlier. You gotta get creative. You gotta be experimental. You can't just make stuff that is one size fits all and chases trends because then everything's just going to be whatever. People want to be challenged. People want entertainment, not just mechanically challenged, but something that sparks anything in them. And I think Nintendo knows that. And as far as like big AAA developers, they probably do better than the average, but there's still plenty of room to do better there. It's funny when I talk about Nintendo, I can't help but have a sour taste in my mouth. Their litigation and all that lately is really kind of. I mean, that's they've always been a big corporation to me, so I've never been like in love with them. But their IP and generally their performance as like a modern game dev, I like. But damn, you get even more of a sour taste now because of the way they handle shit. Like Jesus, man. The sheet music, they gotta take down the sheet music. I'm curious if that'll ever bite them in the ass. Because they have this like family friendly veneer, right? Where they look all bubbly and happy, but they're some of the most like nasty when it comes to like being extremely litigious and bloodthirsty on that front. So. It's interesting. But yeah, I mean, the developers are different. I mean, they're part of the thing too, but yeah. I mean, that's just the legal team might just be going crazy lately. God, yeah. Pokemon has a lot of entries here, but really the top-selling Pokemon one is Sword and Shield. And that's just because it's one of the first 3D ones. Scarlet and Violet did worse. Granted, it came out you know, 3 years later, so still top 10. Ring Fit Adventure really did, it's number 11. Mario Bros. U Deluxe is number 10. Super Mario Party is number 8. Wonder how that Jamboree game's doing on sales. Oh yeah, Luigi's Mansion's number 15. Honestly, like I said, Luigi's Mansion 4, I wouldn't expect it as launch, but October, easy. Luigi's Mansion 4. Yeah, the COVID helped there. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm always down for more experimentation. I always want it. Especially from people with lots of money, lots of power. They have the most potential in a way if, they had just unbridled freedom and creativity to make cool shit. I don't expect, pure freedom and creativity because, I mean, a big company gotta have they're gonna have their deadlines, they're gonna have their control and stuff to a certain extent, but I shouldn't say the most potential. I think something created by like one person has a very distinct kind of potential for creativity, right? Or something by a small team, but it's an untapped kind of creative potential because, well, big money tends to not be very risky. I think Nintendo's budgets are probably pretty low compared to, like a Sony, so that's why they still happen to have creativity. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It's been a good generation for them. Curious if it's going to be another one. I think not being a part of the arms race has really cemented them as their own little thing again. They've always kind of done that, but you're finding a lot of these companies now are trying to pivot, trying to find. I saw somebody liken it to the silver bullet, right? To kind of solve the problem, if you will. Like with live service and shit, because, $300, $400, $500 million AAA games are, running their course a bit. But, live service isn't working out for all of them. I mean, look at Concord, right? So, Nintendo's probably feeling pretty good. Now, granted, I mean, Sony and all that, Microsoft made a shitload of money doing, their strat. I mean, it's not like it hasn't worked out, but they've kind of getting close to running its course to a certain extent, right? You're gonna get your big GTAs, and you're gonna get your Naughty Dog ones still, and another Spider-Man that come out. But, don't be surprised if am I just taking everything out? Oh yeah, I think this was in the original. Yeah, don't be surprised if that keeps changing pretty hard. Johnny One Hot Guy. I just got stun locked into getting hit, dude. That's cool. It's funny to get you to actually take damage with some of these enemies instead of giving them certain kinds of attacks. A couple of these enemy types, mostly these dudes crawling around, they're just like, they just get them to stun lock you, and it feels kind of like junk. But I mean, I guess it works. I mean, usually if there's just one guy, he stun locks you and you dodge after like a set amount of time because he's on like a pattern, but a little goofy. It's not too bad, but not the shining moment. So who did Ring Fit Adventure? Was that Nintendo? Is that somebody else? I could see them trying to do another one of those for shit. They always got to get a peripheral or two on the new systems, right? Yeah, I heard a little about it, like a 3-player control co-op thing. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I care much, but I mean, maybe. I mean, if I had like a group that like was willing, I could like play it on like Game Pass or... Problem is like, I wouldn't want to buy that, it's bread, on like PC, because it's probably gonna be too pricey. And I don't know if I'd have the people, and then it needs like a certain amount of quality for me to want to spend that kind of money on a co-op thing. And it's just like, I mean, I don't know. If it looks really good and it looks really cool, I like Remedy, so like, I'd play it, but really hardcore Control fans, yeah. You'd probably collect hardcore Control fans in a closet. All of them. I mean, I like Control, but yeah. I don't think it has the hardcore base that like Alan Wake does or something, right? Because it's only got one game and it's cool, it's good, but it's not. We're starting to make spin-off territory good, at least not to the masses. So we'll see. I mean, maybe it's cheap. Did they say it was gonna be like a full price thing? I mean, for me, it's like if I rent it, I have to pay for PS Plus. I don't like doing that really. Buying it on PC, it needs to be really good. I don't have a lot of money. I need to have people who also care. There's a lot of things going on there. Their games tend to not be easy to run. So it's like, okay, well, PC is going to be rougher then. So It's just like, we'll see. I mean, that's a personal thing. But we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I like Remedy a lot. Other than Quantum Break, I mean, I don't dislike any of their games. I think sometimes they can be a little uneven, but I still like them for what they are, so. You know, Control isn't like my favorite game ever, but I like it. I think what it does that's cool is really cool, and I like that better than for whatever problems it has with combat and shit. It is mid-priced, okay. That's the kind of vibe I got from it, just from the announcement. It's probably gonna be mediocre, man. I mean, maybe it'll be a cool thing you play for a little bit, but I can't imagine it's anything super gnarly. I don't know, maybe it is. Gem box. I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll be a cute little small, cheaper game. I shouldn't knock something because it's cheaper. Just when it comes from AAA developers, a lot of the time it tends to, I feel like, come across as like an amount of shit's given about it kind of deal. Which, I mean, just because something's cheap doesn't mean it's got no shit's given about it. Like if that was like an indie game, I'd be like, oh yeah, it's $20. This could be a great game, you know. But with AAA, it's more like, something's weird, or it's indicative of like how wild the experience is going to be. So. I don't know what we're trying to create here. Oh yeah, I'm super excited for Control 2. Alan Wake 2 is great. Honestly, if Alan Wake 2 hadn't come out, I'd feel even better about this, but Alan Wake 2 just kind of... I mean, Bloober, they did it. They in the sense that they, you know, exceeded what people expected of them, but man, Alan Wake 2 blows this game out of the fucking water, man. So it's like... I'm excited for that, man. I felt shit about Alan Wake 2. I was impressed by it. This one's cool, but I don't get the same feeling I do from the original, and the stuff that they do that's distinct and unique is good, but yeah, not quite on the level of that game. What am I trying to make? I guess these all have their own little symbols on them. Am I supposed to find more of these, maybe? It's possible I missed one. Oh. That sure looks like what I got going, doesn't it? It's hard to tell. More dudes on the top. This thing right underneath. There might be another one, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. Remedy is one of my favorite AAA devs. I'm always excited for them. They slap some creativity, yeah, just for the art direction and some of their sequences and stuff that you don't get as often in your big AAAs, so I think they found something a little bit more, while traditional, safe, fitting with the gameplay in Alan Wake 2. Clearly I'm supposed to get down here. I think they could do something actually good with Control 2's gameplay, but because there's potential there in the first one, but they kind of... Johnny, one hot guy. All these dudes sitting around got me distracted. Oh, there's something in that room we missed. Ah. I figured there's just something we're missing. What's up, Cora? Great. Yeah, I'm curious how their next DLC is going to be. I'd like to play it. It's coming out pretty soon. That'll lead into Control, but you play that kind of annoying lady, I think, but it's alright. Pretty addicting. We got a lot of game to play. You gonna play Wayfinder? Didn't that just come out fully? Oh, you already had your fill. The basement key. Is anybody playing the new Diablo expansion? making a live service ARPG. Don't know how people consider Diablo 4 after a year now. I know they've changed it a lot in the only way like a big budget developer kind of can, but I've heard that this new expansion's not maybe the best actual, you know, story expansion, but don't know how the gameplay is. I had fun with Diablo 4 for just like a run through. It amazed me, and I don't really think about it much. But I had zero interest in an endgame. But honestly, I just usually done with those kinds of games. Yeah, I wouldn't want to purchase it. It's going for this kind of like Diablo 2-esque speed. And I think the people who prefer 3 turned off it a bit. There was a bit of homogenization in a weekend game, and I mean, I like that they had the atmosphere kind of back, but like I said, it's fun for just like a run through. I liked it on controller pretty well. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna play the expansions or anything. I could find myself playing Diablo 1 before more 4. Yeah, I'm gonna play Path of Exile 2 when that drops. I'll at least run through the campaign. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the MTX, but I mean, you're gonna play Path of Exile 2, so not exactly the world's shining example of godly MTX. Helps the game is free, but I mean, Jesus, you gotta pay to fucking store your shit and hold currencies. I'm not doing any paying. We'll see how I like PoE 2 with that. Maybe the first year is going to be a little lighter on that kind of shit. Yeah, no, that shit that Sin was showing, I mean, that's another level. A Yoku's Island Express and yeah, you're hyping it up pretty hard. I'll play it. But in terms of random little indies, yeah, I don't know. I'm packed, man. I really want to pick up UFO 50, but I just don't have money. I'm sure it'll go on sale. I think it's because they both were on fucking like 1,000 freebie programs at the same time. I swear that game was on fucking Prime for like a year. Oh, that's the beta? When is full release? Oh, I won't play it then. I don't care about playing betas. I mean, maybe for a game like that, just to converse a bit. But no, if it's just a beta. I heard a bunch of people talking like it was going to be like the big release. But no, I don't give a fuck then. It's buy-in as well. Oh yeah, I definitely don't care. I thought it was just going to release open to everyone, full release, free. Yeah, there was a lot more of the hotel than I thought. And there's still Nightmare Hotel, man. I've definitely seen some people say that. that the game kind of is a little too long. And I don't think it's that it's necessarily like too long and just like raw hours. Because I mean, people play 100-hour RPGs, myself included. It's that it's pretty much the exact same thing with almost unchanging gameplay and just a little bit of like enemy variety. Like it relies completely on like area variety and sound to keep it interesting. And I think it does a good job there. I'm still having fun, but I could feel it a little bit where you're like, especially after Prison and Labyrinth, you're like, okay, you know, this wasn't like the best levels. They're good. But like, you know, we're nearing the end of the story. Then it's like, oh, I've got like 5 more hours of hotel. So yeah, I mean that's not a bad length. I guess I've just played way shorter Vanias. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, if the whole campaign's out or something, up until the end game they envision, then I mean, I'll go for it. But yeah, buy in. I'm definitely not. I got too much to play and no money for that shit, dude. Like I said, if I could just buy some random shit right now, it would not be that. I'm interested in PoE too, but I'm not. I'm not that interested. Mm-hmm. Like a timing thing? No, I don't. Yeah, there's people who are gonna go really hard, and I get it. But yeah, I mean, it's still some flavor of MTX at advantage. If for someone like me who's just gonna run through the campaign and see how the end game is, yeah, I would rather see how its free offerings go until we get past that point. But I mean, there's people like my buddy who like they already know they're gonna be in for the long haul. They're still playing PoE 1. Plus what began with 3, 1 would soon deplore. That mean like -1, so like 9. Rating 1 for 2, so it's just like 2, 5, so 7. Just 1. Such a weird one, man. Yeah, people were talking it up pretty well so far from the little we've heard, or what we have heard and seen. Just ignore some of these. No, you just ignore everything except the last one, essentially. Like more echoey up here. Oh my shit. Holy fuck. Almost forgot to grab my stuff. I imagine a lot of people forget to grab their shit. I guess everything just kind of automatically pops in and you rarely check your inventory. And it's like easy enough where you just don't need to really bother half the time. I mean, maybe would have been okay, but I mean, not having my guns and shit would have, I mean, would have been hurting a good bit, so. Cute of them to not remind you, at least. I could have that moment where I realize, oh fuck, my god. Time for the James breakdown. Time for acting. But first, time for piss. Something about standing up kills my camera. It's dark again, and the fumo's still light. Great. Didn't disconnect it for long enough, apparently. Jesus, what a piece of shit. Hello? What in the fuck is wrong with this thing? Reset it, man. Okay, well, interesting. I'm just gonna turn it off for now because I'm not using it anyways. But when we finish the game, I'm gonna have to reset the streamer. Reset that again. Completely frozen it, so whatever. Alright, time for James to find out he killed his wife.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James?
There's the sound they had, the whole game good. Liked that addition.
Do you know where Mary is? Come on. Talk to me.
Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar. That's a lie.
No. It's the truth.
She died because she was sick.
I killed her.
Killer? Why'd you do it? I hate you. I want her back. Give her back to me.
Oof. I guess that's probably the worst face cap in the whole fucking game right there. I did not feel any of the emotion on her face there. That's a shame. It's a big scene.
I knew it. You didn't care about her. I hate you, James. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. Mary, you know, isn't here.
Yeah, her face. It's the thing about facial. I see a lot of people popping off about the nuance of the facial capture. And I think it's really good with James and some of the other characters. But on the flip side, if you fuck it up, it actually makes it worse. So, because it could look very uncanny or very just odd or wrong, and it's almost comedic. So, it's not always a 1-to-1. It's got to at least be done right. So. We've talked about that before. You know, mediums like books or even games with like lower fidelity. You insert some of your own polishing into it in some ways. I'm not saying that means it's better. I mean, you could have a more heightened response to something done right with more fidelity, but it was good on him. But yeah, Laura looked a little off, and it was distractingly so. Her VA was probably fine. I barely could pay attention because her face was so flat.
James!
Mary?
James! Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please, come to me. Do you hate me? Please, why won't you come?
But where? Where are you?
You're so close now. Please, don't give up. Don't leave me out here, James! James!
Alright. Now we get the entirety of the Nightmare Hotel. We'll see if they make this part a little too long. You're kind of at the point in the story where it's like, alright, you know. Oh, hey, one of the good songs. Turn it up a bit. It was a bit golden for sure. Said, I think this has good sound design, good music, But like songs like this would be like twice as loud and way more in your face than the original, and I think it was more impactful in the moments that weren't horror. The horror stuff, they make it work in their own way, and or just use some of the same flavor. You still get some of the classic songs more often than you don't, but I find the feel of them, the hit of them, like I said, the dream feel. This is a bit of a mess there. Not like horribly so, just it just is a bit. I think a subtle thing would have been cutting out his ha's and his hums, since he's a bit more defeated right now. Little grunts are a little goofy. And he just remembered he killed his wife like a day ago. Oh, these are like Bible passages or what? They like the Bible. Silent Hill. Mary, are you taking a shit? Mary. I like that the pages look back at you. I do wish the games had a bit more of like a trackable face progression over the game. It looks so just there, so plain that it's almost comical. It's got such like a neutral face. Back.
She will not be cured. All that suffering. I'm no longer sure if it was of any use. If it meant anything at all. I can't say if this newfound understanding, if there's any wisdom to be had in all that happened. I suppose that's for you to learn. And I hope you will. She will not be cured.
Let's go this way for starters. Grab a couple munitions. Mario? Alright. Mostly linear, which, I mean, at this point, honestly probably don't need like a big exploration combat thing. You can just take me to the double heads and finale, but here there's gonna be something. Oh, the scene. One of the most iconic scenes in Silent Hill. Will they nail it? We'll watch the other one after.
Mama? Mama! I was looking for you. You're the only one left. Maybe then I can finally rest. Mama. What's wrong? Wait. You're not my mama. It's you.
I'm sorry, Angela. I think you were right. What we're looking for, it's not here. Not anymore.
Thank you for helping me earlier. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me? Will you love me? Care for me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James. Give me back the knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself. Have it your way. It doesn't change anything.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
Some of this felt a bit flat, man. But no. This one definitely felt more performative in a way. I don't know if it's the fire effects. This one, out of a lot of them, and I felt this about the first Angela cutscene. They're like, you like feel them trying to copy the original instead of it just feeling like immersive and like evocative. Maybe it was alright, I don't know. Let's watch the original, let's see what we think. Obviously it's gonna be a little different. It's much darker. I like this guy's video. And the crazy camera angles, they don't have any of that. That's when everything's so much more flat.
Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you.
It's interesting how much more she talks like a kid in the original. They don't try to do that at all in this. They're going for much more like purposely kind of sad, sullen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
I do think that James is just better in the new one. I mean, maybe they could make him more like
Thank you for
surreal.
saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela. That's wrong.
No. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it.
Jesus. It's a totally different tone of what she's saying. I don't think the new version's like poorly acted or anything, but she's not even like mean about it here. She's like, no, don't pity me. She acts more kid-like. But the camera work is so much more interesting in the original, I have to say. And that lends itself to the dreamy feel. I've been talking about this dreamy feel, and other people have too for a while now. There was a guy, I don't remember his name, but I looked it up a while ago, who did like all the camera work, and it was very important. I think in their quest to make this more facial mocapping, and in some of these scenes the motion capture is just fine. Or it was hand animated and sound too, but man, the camera work is so much more boring than the cutscenes in the new game. Like this one's like, you like look at this part, it's like dipping around and like doing a little shaking, and it's like fucking like tilting left and right, and then it starts with this like Dutch angle that starts flat and goes more Dutch as he's going up the thing.
I'm not worth it.
I think that was an important thing they kind of missed, and they've been pretty good on the details.
Or maybe you
And everything's super dark in the original here. There's a grit and darkness, and like something a lot of the cutscenes they miss sometimes, or like sometimes there's cutscenes with fog or hard lighting, and they don't have that either. But the rest of the game has a lot of hard lights. I don't know.
think you can save me.
Let's watch it.
Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain?
It's like in first person here.
That's what I thought.
And you're like always looking up the staircase and shit. Like, look at this cool panel. I mean, they have some of this in the new one.
James. Give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself.
They cut that line. He says it like he's so sure, but there's an ending where he kills himself in water, or whatever. It's like, I mean, it's kind of, I'm surprised they cut that bit. I don't know if they wanted it to be more like implied. I mean, you get the same idea across. If you didn't grab the idea of what the knife was for from the beginning, I mean, you're fucking try a little harder, but yeah, I wonder why they cut that. Maybe they thought it was too on the nose. I mean, hey, more subtlety or nuance. I mean, that's not the worst thing. Really pronounced, loud sound effects for her going up the staircase as the flames start like encompassing her from like a nice like still shot here. You can't even like see her a little bit.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
Huh, his delivery is really different. That's one of the few James ones I might actually prefer in the original. He says it more like he knows that's what she sees. And it's just kind of like his little last thing he's saying to her. I don't know if that's even the intent of it, but it's more like surprising to him in the new one. Yeah, I don't know. It's a big scene. I don't really feel as much in the new one. I think their camera work's just really boring. The fire effects are more jarringly bad in the new one because the scenes are so much brighter. I don't know if it's so that you can see all their little skin follicles and hairs, but the cutscenes tend to be just way brighter. Where there's still like face mocap-esque looking stuff. I mean, it's not mocap, but in the original, but like, you know, their faces are a little bit more obscured. They don't need them to be as on display. They are in 3. 3 has at times better facial stuff than this, and it's all hand done. One of the big hallmarks of 3 is it's some of that. I mean, sometimes it's not great, but there's some really good ones. Yeah, I don't know. I would say this is a downgrade cutscene for sure. I think it's not just like totally fucked, but there's some impact missing there from the cinematography, the darkness of it, her acting more like a kid, kind of really, I mean, you get that she's got a lot of trauma, and they lay it on a little thicker in this than the original, especially in the dad boss fight, but the level and how it manifests, not having her talk more kid-like, I think kind of almost downplays some of that. She's more combative and like kind of bitchy to James, which I could understand. She probably doesn't trust like men at all or anything. But I feel like there's a bigger range at times in some of the original Angela stuff. I think the level of nuance you get with the face and some of what she goes for in this is a little larger, but I feel like the range that they're going for is kind of missing. And I really think the lighting and the camera work is just worse. Like I said, if we were to replay the whole second game, my big takeaway is this does not have that surreal, dreamlike feel. The crazy camera angles, the usage of light. Like I said, the fire effects almost look better in the original because they're like at least not as like front and center. Like these look like really fake and crappy, and you can see right through them. The original, like they darken everything so it doesn't look as like ass, and it's like these camera angles where you're like going up with the staircase, or she, you know, like louder sound effects as she's walking up. Like where it's just really focused on that kind of shit. And, yeah, I don't know. I don't think this version's like fucked or anything, but I didn't. Other than her like slight aggression towards him, I don't think it was up to snuff for me. I think her acting is fine. I think she knows how to do her nuance and all that. I don't know if it's a direction thing. I would say a lot of it's cinematography and color and shit. And honestly, it's been a problem with all the cutscenes. I mean, you only need the example of the Maria in the jail cell one to know that like whoever did the cutscenes probably kind of missed it a bit, right? That you don't have the Maria like in darkness with the hard shadows and the creepy look when he finds her after thinking she was dead. You just have her just like plain Jane sitting there, every part of her face visible. You just missed the whole cutscene in my opinion. like it can still be okay or passable in its own right, but this is what I was talking about earlier. It's like it's one thing just being like good or passable. It's another thing being like great, you know? Like, yeah, you could get a good score off of that maybe or something. Maybe there's something you feel about it, but like all timer levels are good, right? Like I don't know. It doesn't feel very evocative at all. It's just kind of like it felt like they were just kind of doing the cutscene, and it sucks because most of this is good. I mean, I like this overall, but it's a shame some of the more important parts. I feel like they kind of miss. Some people say the opposite. It's like, oh, the gameplay is way better. It's not as good. I mean, in some ways, and the cutscenes are just so the story's so godly. And I don't know. I think some people maybe get off a little too hard on the facial animation and completely focus on the actor's nuance. I think actor nuance is super important. I mean, there's a lot of movies where it's almost all conveyed through like nuance of body language in the face, and I mean that's just movies in general. I mean, you have that power with like people. I mean, and you can do that now with like characters and stuff with technology, but I think to ignore like the camera and the color and the pacing of it and not just nuance but just the range they're going for, like she was doing the kid thing. It's like, I mean, is the new actor maybe like better maybe objectively, but I think it misses the kind of boat. I mean, James for the most part is better in this than in most sections. I think there's one line I preferred in the James version there I think when he said hot as hell, he's a little bit more just a little bit more defeat, a little bit more just seeing that was kind of deal, or in this he's kind of just like more kind of surprised. I don't know. We'll see as we go. Another big one to fuck up is the Mary letter reading. Some people consider that like a god moment in VA history with video games. I've not been very impressed by the Maria stuff. It could be directing. They definitely were trying to mix her up a bit. Trying to make her more of a character by giving her more scenes. Make her maybe seductive, but also kind of like sympathetic in some weird ways because of her history thing now, and but she loses the creepiness, and she just comes across as more of just this blob of nothing really in particular, nothing very evocative, nothing very wrong in my opinion. So same actress, I imagine. I mean, I think it wasn't the original, so we'll see. Mary's voice acting's been fine so far. Then we got all the different endings, which, hey, I mean, they could do some good stuff. Huh, that just kind of goes off, huh? Let's go ahead. Pyramid Head time. Yeah. like I said, I think there's bits there where you could just ignore some of it. Like I said, just focus hard in on the acting. I definitely think Angela's current actor, like, she gets a distinct feel across. For me, I feel like most of the Angela cutscenes, like I said, she's more aggressive and combative, and less kind of otherworldly and haggard, and sometimes childlike as she used to be. Still gets like a distinct thing across. I would say it's the cinematography and stuff and the dreamy feel and the pace that hurts her stuff more. Where I feel like with Maria, it really is kind of her shit. James is like the biggest change, I feel like, but I'm his is fine. I like his for the most part. I mean, obviously there's the ups and downs, but what was his name? Guy Chi or some shit? I don't remember his original view. His is just a little too goofy, probably. I'm all for like the Lynchian Twin Peaks, like bizarre feel, but I feel like I don't know if that's quite what they got out of James in the original. I think Eddie's great in this. I mean, that's probably the best, but I mean, Eddie's dead, so that's over. We'll talk about it more. See all the endings. There's quite a few of them, to my understanding. I don't remember if I've already missed something. I don't think so. So I was going for the leave ending, but I don't really care too much. We'll watch them all. If there's just a little something I needed to do, I'd want to make sure to do it. But I don't think we've seen her speech yet.
James!
So they're trying to make him haggard.
Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone.
Was this song like this before? I don't remember. This like orchestral flourish to it. Might have been.
I know what you are. I know why I needed you. But it's all over now. I don't need you anymore.
My man's about to become a superhero here.
I'm ready.
My man doing the flash step. I got plenty of heals, boys. Nice iframing.
What do you want, James? Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already. Look at me. I'm disgusting. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. It'd be easier if they just killed me. But I guess the hospital's making a nice profit off of me. Why are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James. Wait. Please. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me.
You gotta hear the whole thing for the ending. I don't remember if there's much more. She's better as Mary than as Maria. Like I said, I feel like it's like a direction thing. Oh, the original Mary's really good. I'd have to play us the comparison, but I don't really feel like it. So I got the letter and all that. There's not really like a... Other than the preset camera angles of running around, not as much cinematography kind of shit to mess with, so... to the left, was it? Oh yeah. Ape forces the mind. Remember, right? This scene was brighter in the original. So they like the darkness a little bit more, and it's funny, they like the darkness, like I said, a little bit more in these kind of areas, but a lot less in the cutscenes and shit. Like I said, I feel like it's because they want to show off the base stuff. It's been a bit dark. That could be another thing I'm wrong on. Oh, okay, here we go. Probably what I'm thinking of.
Mary? I have missed you so much.
I've missed you too. We can finally be together. Forever.
No.
James. Honey. What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I know you tried,
James, please.
but she's gone. I know that now,
Stop it.
and I can't just keep pretending.
Shut up! What do you want? Do you even know anymore? I'm yours. I'm here for you. So what if I'm not her? I can give you what she never could. I can be better than her. What else do you want me to be? What else can I be?
I am so sorry, Maria. I really am. But this has to stop. It's time to let it go.
No.
What?
I won't let you do this to me. I won't let you go. I can't!
That I can't was kind of weird sounding. fucking Souls jukes. I don't remember the epic drums, man. Maybe that was in the finale, I don't know. I don't remember this fight as well in the original. The endings take kind of my focus. I'm surprised that they had a bunch though. This is new, I think. I swore you just killed her at the top. I don't know why I'm picking these up. Just to see how many we could get, I guess. First boss in here. Big jumps. The whip.
James.
Just blast her, dude. I got time, Maria.
I miss you so much. I tried. I really did, but I can't. I just can't go on without you.
Am I getting in water for looking at the knife once?
I can't forgive myself for what I've done.
Not sure. I don't remember.
I know this isn't what you would want. But I guess it doesn't matter anymore. You're not here. Are you?
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you to come and see me. But you never do. So, I wait. Wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know, I've done a terrible thing to you. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it is. The doctor came today. Told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this could be my last chance. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I missed you so much. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Every time you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me. Maybe I just disgust you. I'm so sorry. When I first learned I was gonna die, I couldn't accept it. I was so angry. I struck out at everyone I loved. Especially you. And that's why I understand if you hate me. But I want you to know, I will always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. Which means that as you're reading this, I'm already dead. but that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself. And for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
What, did they get rid of the in-water music? Is it just this? More electric guitar. We'll watch the originals too. Well, it's the same song, but they have a 2-second delay on one of the chords. I don't know about this. Not a bad mix, but it's one of those just kind of a mix for the sake of it. More epic. Which is not what Silent Hill's about, in my opinion. I prefer the understated shit. Maybe this song gets like 7 versions or some shit. Instead of the normal in-water one. It's not like it's a bad song. I think Yamaoka's new tracks, his boss stuff was good in this. And the usage of music when it was doing its own deal was nice. Some of the piano shit. But I think overall I preferred by a lot, the music in the original. The sound design's great in this. For the spooky shit, but they used to just have that music front and center, man. Just going. Yeah, man. You touch that knife once, dude, and you get the in-water ending, man. Which is interesting. What the fuck is this, like, big epic choir? Jesus Christ, man. This is why you gotta play the original still. This is, like, goofy, man. I mean, they kept it in their pants for most of it, but like this epic, like almost celebratory song. Yeah, this is fucking cheesy as hell, man. I don't care if it's a good mix or not. It does not really fit what's going on. Anyways, we'll watch all the endings and we'll watch the original versions too. It'd be one thing if they're just going for the metal sound, because then Water has that, but it's got like the epic orchestra and everything. I don't think the original like that. I would not. I feel like I remember that song. We'll see. Jesus, really? The horns and shit? This shit sucks, dude. Anywho, we will watch the endings, and then I guess I'll shoot the shit about the game, huh? See if I can reset my camera here while we're fucking around. Spoilers. I like it, but I think it misses a lot of what made the original special for me, and mostly the feel of it. It brings about its own stuff that's really strong, and I think in the horror department, it's probably one of the best Silent Hills there, but it wasn't just about that for me. So, anyways, it's good stuff. I'd like to see them do more, I guess, but I think they would handle honestly like one better in some ways. But anyways, we'll get into it. I got a lot to say, of course. Number of times checked the map, 1100. Damn, is my camera just fucked? I mean, really, I think I have to restart the whole fucking thing. This has always done it. Well, let's watch the rest of the endings. And then, I guess I'll just go no camera for the discussion, whatever. I mean, I don't need the camera, it would have been nice. New endings and all that. Alright. Well, let's see the other endings here. I'm gonna put them on a bigger screen for myself. What's up, Sin? Alright, let's watch the in-water version of the original here, just for comparison's sake. I guess we could watch the letter too, maybe. Not really too dying. Oh, I captured the wrong thing. Capture my Streamlab. Just, I don't even know what's on there. I just have to have it loaded, otherwise it doesn't load my alert. Not terribly active. So this is the original one. Yeah, there is audio, right? We just got in water, so we're gonna do that.
Mary?
James.
They don't even show her in the fucking...
I told you that I wanted to die, James.
It's
I
like
wanted the pain to end.
totally different.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not the whole truth. You also said that you didn't want to die. The truth is, part of me hated you for taking away my life.
You killed me, and you're suffering for it. It's enough, James.
Like none of this like dreamy music. I feel near it. The new one, which is so it sucks, man. I mean, his performance is definitely shit. I like the new one better, but this whole scene, am I like on the wrong ending? It is completely different. He's just in the car, and then it goes straight to the. I guess we'll see.
Mary?
James.
I mean, I kind of like the idea of this, where she's like, I mean, she's dead, but like she's already been dead. This is like essentially dying, like in him at this point, or himself dying here. Like, then he goes in the car, and you get like the fucking like metal song. I remember, right? We'll see. It's been a bit.
Now I understand the real reason I came to this town. I wonder, what was I afraid of? Without you, Mary, I've got nothing. Now we can be together.
In my restless dreams.
I liked that suicide ending a lot better than the one where you just like can't really take it anymore. He like metaphorically like taking her out of the hospital bed and shit.
I see that town. Silent Hill.
Do we see anything at the end here? I think we might.
You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well,
We don't need to hear the letter every
I'm
time.
alone there now.
Are they always the same?
But you never do.
Yeah, maybe.
I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James.
Well, a lot of people really like this version of it. Our reading of it. Can we get the credits music?
James, you made me happy.
He's not gonna play the credits music. Complete ass video my ass. Let me see if I can find something here. They each have a different credit song. Yeah, I gotta say I probably prefer the original In Water on that one. What's this? Monogatari opening.
James, you made me happy.
Whoa. You don't even get this in the new one. I liked how each ending had its own song too. It's like Punish James in this one. Yeah, very different vibe in the credits. This one's like way more metal, but it's about him fucking like driving his car into a fucking lake, man. Not this like epic like Silent Hill orchestra. I feel like this kind of fit a little better. It's like a bad ending kind of thing, right? You know? Okay. Yeah, I definitely like the In Water, the original In Water. About Born from a Wish. Alright, let's watch the new Leave ending. So this is your true ending, most people would say. I'm assuming the credits music's always the same, because why would you change them otherwise?
I'm sorry.
Okay, they show her in the Leave ending.
Don't be. I told you. I wanted the pain to end.
Yeah. You did. But that's not why I did it. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
If that's true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary.
It's okay, James. Here.
What is this?
It's what you've been looking for.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place.
Yeah, we saw this,
waiting
but
for you to come tell how hard it is on you. That's why I understand if you hate me. Reading this, I'm already dead. I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself and for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
can't just find the credits music. Some people are saying that the other credits music do change in the credits, but I mean, we're not gonna be able to tell. I like this one, but it's I'll have to see what the original's like, but this one's kind of neat. Like he leaves and how happy Laura is kind of makes it seem like it's all good, but it's kind of creepy and they just kind of disappear in the fog. But they are going back towards the beginning. They have like a little bit of the music. It sucks. Which, I mean, can we hear it? So they do start with like a different song, but they get rid of the in water one. Let me see what the leave ending was in the original musically. I guess we're about to do it. I mean, I definitely did not like the version we got there. Apparently these all change in the original we're getting to.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer.
Was this music even in this? It's like more like sad piano music.
I want it.
Why go for the generic shit, dude? I much prefer the sound of this, dude. Where it's this still very Silent Hill kind of like dreamy ambience. I mean, it still sounds sad.
No. That's not true.
It's like airy, kind of melancholic vibe. Why change this? For some generic fucking piano, dude.
I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
Otherwise, I mean, the scene seems about the same. Maybe even better in the new one because the acting's a bit better.
True. Then why do you look so sad?
Although she sounds like she's struggling a bit more in this. Kind of like... James just kind of sucks in the original.
James. Please. Please do something for me.
Sounds like she can barely even speak.
Go on with your life.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's more over the top in this version, but... The overdone pianos. It's like a soap opera.
Okay, James.
She sounds like she's trying to kind of be weak, but it does not sound as defeated and like just kind of done, right? Like, I mean, this isn't even like real, right? I mean, that's pretty much the last time he sees her kind of shit. Like, that she would be essentially just like pretty much dead as soon as he's done talking to her. Fits a lot better.
Here.
Here. Yeah, the Mary Maria stuff is definitely the weakest.
What is this?
Like, I don't know, this is more in your face sad. But like, I don't feel as much from it. I don't know. I'm just really into the original's music, and I don't think Yamaoka did a bad job on his new stuff in this, but they focus so hard in on these on a different style of music, or if they do use the same music, they do a lot, not to the same effectiveness. And I like this remake. I feel like it's one of its greatest weaknesses. It really hurts that dreamlike feel.
It's what you've been looking for.
Change a lot of dialogue here too. It's what you've been looking for. The mysterious. It's what you've been. Instead of just live your life or whatever the fuck. I mean, maybe she still said it. I don't remember. Now she says it like it's like his answer in Silent Hill instead of like something from her to him, like live your life or whatever. Don't know. I probably prefer the original. I think the original VA is kind of weak, but honestly,
Our life together had to end like this.
I like the rest of it a lot better.
James, you made me happy.
Alright, how's the music at the end? We see him with her. Yeah, just at the very end. Instead of him showing up, giving her the deal. I'm just kind of walking away. Huh. Different feel. Like I said, the new one almost feels a bit touch more ominous. Like, listen how loud this is, man. It's like right there, man. The new one does stuff with the tunes too. It's a different vibe. I like in the new one where they kind of disappear into the fog. Like I said, I mean, James just walking away seems a little goofy here. I do like the still camera angle and them just leaving. With the graveyard instead, I think that's a bit more. I mean, a lot of people died here. Eddie and Angela and all that. So I think it's got a mix of like kind of meaning, but also, hey, you know, that's where you start, it's where you leave. But I do kind of like them disappearing into the fog a bit. It's definitely more ominous, and I don't even know if it's intentional.
You
Like,
made me happy.
they're having fun a little bit, they're hanging out, which is kind of cool to see. So it's kind of like an arc for her, sort of ended. Definitely feels more like what people were thinking, where it's like, yeah, he's probably gonna adopt her or something. They're standing next to each other. Oh, this, I like this, but I think I probably like this better. I don't like the music in some ways, but I think this, with the visuals, you get more of like a mystery, like something's weird. Granted, this one doesn't feel maybe as like happy, like, oh yeah, they are just gonna leave. It does feel like, if you're into like the time loop theory or that they're all dead already theory, like this kind of lends itself to that, where it's like, oh yeah, they're leaving. Maybe. I mean, they go into this like wall of fog, which maybe is just supposed to be the threshold, but like, this is much more ominous and mysterious sounding. Which, I don't know, I like having that little bit of ambiguity there is cool, so don't mind this one. Definitely don't know what the music's like at the end, but let's get the original music. More of that kind of classic sounding Silent Hill like guitar. I got a Silent Hill 1. It sounded a little bit more generic in the version we got. I mean, I like in the in water ending where he looks back and you're like, you're not there anymore. But in a way, I kind of liked him taking her body out. They changed it quite a bit. Maybe they didn't want too many where, like, you're talking to her on the bed. But, I mean, I feel like you want that strong ending if somebody just goes for, like, one. So. I don't know. This one, the feel of the credits is, I mean, whatever. I like this song a lot better than whatever the fuck fanfare celebratory bullshit we got in the new one. But anyways, Maria ending. Let's mix it up, man. Let's get the old one first. How about that, man?
You killed Mary again?
That wasn't Mary. Mary's gone. That was just something Maria? Maria?
What, James?
I want you. I want you with me.
Are you sure?
Come on. Let's get out of here.
What about Mary?
It's okay. I have you. You'd better do something about that cough.
That one was always interesting. Where he kind of like essentially just gives in to the illusion, but then when she leaves, she starts getting the same sickness, and he's like a lot more cold. Good ending music. Saw a lot of like really cool, distinct songs from the new credits. They kind of just, I think they play one and then they just kind of throw like a few in there, and I don't know, they're way over the top for me. Do not match the feel sound. Let's see on the remake version of the Maria ending. Different. Instead of her just walking up to him casually, just kind of surreal. Okay. Well, they had this new stuff in the club here, so I guess they wanted to tie her back in.
What is this?
Is what you've been looking for.
Let's go.
this version. I think that's a good touch. Or he just doesn't care, maybe? It's different, at least. I do think this, like, really quick lead up to just, like, pulling her off of some thing and then just rolling out, it's kinda... It flows a lot shittier. The original is kinda like it takes some time. I mean, him being surprised was a little goofy before. I kind of, maybe in the original, if it was just normal, even though he just killed her. If it was just like, oh, she's there, okay, which he does after like a second, but a little bit of mixable. I definitely think this one's pacing's a little too quick, but looks like they're gonna go a little harder on this part. It's like half the length. Kind of have to do the cough. Holding hands and shit.
Better do something about that cough.
Oh shit, no, they play this version. I just have the order wrong in mine. No, I still got this one. I thought this was the In Water song, dude. It'd be weird if they played them at the wrong time. Or maybe my thing's been mislabeled forever. Let me take a listen. Well, the music's all there then. I mean, it's way different sounding. It's like, yeah, my soundtrack might just be fucking off.
Happy.
No, this is the In Water one. They just put the In Water music in the Maria one? It might be completely fucking random. It'd be really weird to change it. Why change it? But if you're gonna make the song again, what? I don't get it. Why would you do that? I mean, sure, the Maria ending where he kind of like gives in a way, and then he's like mean at the end would fit, I guess, the metal maybe more. Maybe they wanted to do something more somber, but I mean, something super like orchestral and almost uppity, right? Like this celebration for an ending where he fucking kills himself. Not maybe really what I'd call super fitting there. I mean, it doesn't need to be like some saccharine or like some kind of super sad or something, right? But like it at least used to have like its own unique kind of like feel. It's weird to use that here. Maybe it's just everything. Yeah, I don't think he was as mean here at the end too. Very rare, I would say the original has better VA on James, but he sounded much more cold to her. Where in this, he kind of just, he's kind of mean, but he's not really, you know. I kind of like that edge on it, right? Where he's different after, you know, especially after picking Maria. So. Yeah, I prefer the original, but there's a few things I like in the new one. Him not reading the letter because he maybe just doesn't care. I think if you're gonna play all the endings, that's fine. I think missing out on her letter does suck a little bit, but I think it's fine. And then him being a little bit more mean in the original, I would say, like, and the pace at the beginning of the remake Marie one, I'm not super into. Like I said, my biggest problem most of the game is this cutscene stuff. But let's keep going. So now we're getting into the goofy shit, and then we'll do the originals to the remake here soon. Oh wait, we could do Rebirth. Alright, let's do Rebirth. Rebirth's in this, right? IGN. There it is. Yeah, the original has like 6. I mean, Born from a Wish is like an extra scenario, but In Water, Leave, Maria, Rebirth, Dog, UFO. Those are joke endings, though. The original has like 3 and then a New Game Plus new one. And then the 2 joke endings, a New Game Plus, so 6. So the new one has 8. Anyways, let's watch the new Rebirth. So to do Rebirth, it's like you have to go through New Game Plus and get a bunch of special stuff. And then he does some kind of ritual, if I remember. One of my favorite songs in the credits.
You look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. This town, Silent Hill.
Sinister sound to it here, which I mean it is.
The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death. Very.
I like the music here, cool atmosphere. Kind of like foreboding synth. Oh, you got some of the, you can hear it. There, Nigen's gonna cut it. For fuck's sakes, Nigen, you fucking suck. What fucking crazy. Give me the credits. I'm gonna go find all these individually for fuck's sakes, man. Do they destroy this song? Come on, man. Come on, Kira. What the? They turn into like a jazzy casino sounding song. I mean, it's an arrangement. It's not a bad song so far, but man, it sounds way different, dude. It is not as good as the original music. Holy fuck. I don't know what the hell happened in the credits. Alright, let's see the Rebirth. The White Chrism. City and Goblin, got all this stuff. Rituals and shit. Book of Lost Memories. I'm getting like credits versions of these. We only have a couple endings. And the remake, new 2 remake endings. I mean, whatever. I mean, maybe those songs will be good in their own right. Book of Memories is the name of one of the games.
I'll be here for you forever. I'll never hurt you like she did. So why don't you want me?
The faces are still pretty alright.
Because you are not Mary. Without Mary, I just can't go on.
Oh, James. Come on, James. You must be joking.
How antagonistic she gets in that one. They just like using her. Oh, he's gonna kill him. The new fight was interesting. I like that it kind of like went to a couple places. Maybe a little too like gamey bossy in a way, but it was exciting still. I like that it was in a more dark area. Oh, some of the most famous joke endings in the business. You'll see. We'll play them all. Alright. The two joke endings are next, and then we'll do the two new serious ones. Yeah, every Silent Hill has joke endings. Well, everyone that matters, I think. I don't know on all the Western-made ones.
You look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on.
I like the ominous noise in this one.
I can't live without you, Mary. This town, Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death.
The fog and everything's more dark, but he's a little more creepy in this, and you get to see a little bit more of this location. But honestly, I say they're both good. I like both of the rebirth cutscenes. This one's maybe a little spookier. He kind of just passes by behind the island too. Yeah, well, they're New Game Plus, and they're super hidden and shit. Now the music though in Rebirth, I like this one way better, dude. It ain't even close. I love this song a lot. Very different sound. Yeah, Silent Hill takes the piss sometimes, just very hidden away New Game Plus. It's always had a little bit of humor in the later playthroughs. Silent Hill 3, you've got like lightsabers and laser guns and magical girl shit, and this one you got like chainsaws and stuff. This one's so unique, man. It's got this like almost like hip hop thing going on, but also sounds real weird and shit. Sounds very Silent Hill still. Or the new version just sounds kind of fucking whatever. Like, I don't know, man, that new version, I mean, it's cool you try to like slap in like a new version of the track, but I'm like, like I don't really. Wait, let me find it again. Like, that's what I'm saying is like earlier, it's like, you know, maybe it's good in its own right, but does it hit like that one? It's like it's kind of just changing it just to change it. I mean, that's cool if you're like a fan of the series and you just want something fresh, but like, as a person who like never gets the original, it's like you just kind of get this like unfitting, like kind of crappier sounding. Well, like it's not like a bad song, but it starts out the same, but then it's like this almost like casino fucking track. Sounds like I'm about to start up like a Sonic Adventure level, dude. Instead of the weird like noises, I'm getting like the orchestra kind of in the back. This just sounds like a more boring ass version of it. Like it's not like a bad song, but man. It sounds like it sounds like a fucking like, you know, just a cover, like an arrange you did for fun. Which hey, you know, that's cool in its own right. But I hate that all these credit songs sound like these celebratory covers of like these songs. This is why it's like you still play the original. Honestly, like like it'd be kind of such a lame way to like end them with like these like worse feeling versions of these. Like fucking drum roll one, and the one I got was like not even the like in water ending one, and it was like super epic and shit. Like not a bad song still, but it's just like I don't know. I'm not. Yeah. What the fuck did I miss? No, the new version of this song just sounds like a Sonic Adventure Casino level. I like the punished jams in the back of these. I don't know. I mean, I get one to mix it up just to mix it up for fun, but like I said, that's that typical remake territory where you just do shit to do it. And it's like, hey man, not everybody who's playing this is a fan of the first one. Like that's the first one they're gonna hear. Do they want to hear Casino Nights, or do they want to hear like the fucking unique, actually like solid song? Whatever. Anyways, let's do the joke endings. Here's the original dog ending. Then we'll watch the new one. The grief hog, yeah. This is a legendary ending.
Are you taping again? Come on.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you!
They're like cutting around for the video, I guess. It's funny, it's right after that. He's the dog key.
I don't
even hear the English one. Or maybe there wasn't English. The mastermind, the dog. The buff James. Pissed at Fat Eddie, dude. Fucking all these endings of like all these scenes of hardcore shit. Very dark humor on this one. The pizza, dude. Alright, I'm sure that one is completely gonna be the same, dude. Let's find out. Oh damn, dude, he's got the buttons now. It's like way more serious in here, it's funny.
Fuck ass shit. Nie. To nie może być prawda.
Do they always have it in Japanese? Is that part of the joke? That makes the dog like more spooky in this one. Where's Ripped James, man? I like the cutscene. But the credits was where it was at, man. Do they not bring in the Ripped James at all? Same song. Oh, then it just does random music. Lame. No Rip Jams or nothing. No pizza jokes. I mean, I guess they don't have like some fat jokes or anything, but you could get away with one Rip James photo. That's enough. I like the cutscene, but shame they fucked the credits, man. Alright. Let's see the UFO ending now in the original.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Fucking the PNGs. The ass was fat. They saw the buff James. They knew. I don't know if I've ever seen this full ending. Oh, I have. It's the Silent Hill one. They think there was a UFO ending in that, so it's just like the Silent Hill one guy meets him. Harry. I don't remember if the third game continues this story. That's been a bit. I'm gonna look it up. Okay, one sec. What's the Silent Hill 3? Oh wait, let's check out the new one's version of this first. They have the fucking credits music already starting up. Plague inside. The most dynamic camera in the game. And the fucking UFO ending in the remake. What are the chances of that? Ironic. Closest thing to a normal Silent Hill 2 camera. I miss the little PNGs floating around, but this is fun. This is old James instead of like new James. Space James. This is funny, they changed it. It's like super over the top times up. I like them making like a different version for this. Cause it's a shit post ending already, right? That's funny for a remake. I like it. It's totally different, but it's funny. Alright. What was the Silent Hill 3 one?
I'm home, Dad. Listen, something crazy is going on. happened? Well, it's like this.
Like James in the back.
And that's about it.
For my poor little Cheryl. I can't believe that. I'm going to Silent Hill, and I'm gonna bust some heads.
Oh, Dad, you're the coolest!
Fuck Silent Hill. Fucking based Harry, dude. Just nuke it. And the credits, man. The epic saga finished. Alright. Let's see the two new ones they made for this game. Stillness and Bliss. I want to see what songs they got with the two. So we're going to look these up with credits. If I can get them. Of course, nobody on Earth would think we'd ever want to hear the fucking credits music in a Silent Hill game. It might just be nothing special. Well, here's somebody with the song, I guess. Oh no, never mind. This is a trophy person. Okay, well, no idea on that part. Let's just watch it. So these are more serious business, I think. Some people say they really like them. It's looking like the In Water one right now.
I tried. I really did, but I can't go on without you. I can't forgive myself for what I've done.
I know. What's wrong, honey?
Cut this down a bit, actually. Gonna get some more screen space.
I miss you so much. I am sorry. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
Couldn't shut her eyes at all, man.
Will you wait for me?
James. I've always been waiting for you.
Hmm. So it's like the in water one, but like instead of like killing himself, I mean he still kills himself, but he like is imagining he's like more there and he doesn't read the letter. I guess it just kind of keeps going then, huh? He doesn't get like maybe closure as much. That's the idea. But I mean, he does have some interesting. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. I mean, it's fine. I mean, they're new, so it's like, I mean, they're doing their own thing. I mean, it's not like anything super crazy, but it's interesting. All right, last one. Bliss ending. More just like a modification, but I mean, it's a cute thing to do in a remake where you just kind of slightly remix one. Might not expect it. It's not much, but.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James.
I promise.
Come on, we need to finish packing. James, honey, did something happen?
Oh, no, it's fine. Everything's fine.
That's an interesting one. I like that one. That's different. Not unfitting in a way for Silent Hill. A lot of interpretation. Like, hey, maybe, you know, if you like your time loop, if you like he's dead, it's him moving on. If you like the dark part of it, it's him just getting lost on the hill. The otherworldliness of it, where he just kind of just is in the memory and TV. Maybe he just kind of disappeared. He didn't like get swept right into it, right? Yeah, that was a good one. I like that one. God, these remixes though. I do not like the remixes. Alright. Interesting. Yeah. Alright. Well, yeah, I like that one. The stillness one's an interesting take on the in water version they did. I would say overall, I think a lot of those were comparable for sure. Some of them had some better parts, or at least on par. Like I'd say Rebirth. You know, UFO is a funny different take. The new ones are cool. I like those. I think some like Maria are a little worse because of performances and some of the some of the pace of it, and I do. It's neat that they just for leave have her body there, but I kind of liked in water where he's taking her essentially, because I mean, the idea is that her body, and I don't know if they confirm this secretly anywhere, is like in his trunk in the car, is what most people would say. Like now, like so it's like the idea that in water, he would like drive away and pick up her body and then bring it and then kill himself. It's like, well, she's there, because he kills her like before he arrives at Silent Hill, essentially, like in the hospice or whatever it is. Um, so I kind of like that a bit better. I did not kill it. Good doggy. I should have done that for the UFO ending. I think if I have anything to say about the endings, is the music is significantly worse. It is the typical like celebratory cover arrangement kind of thing that remakes do. That's cool as like a bonus or like New Game Plus or something. But I think how neat and how unique the original sounded, how good of songs they are. I don't need like a worse arrangement. I definitely feel like in some of those cutscenes too, and this goes for the entire game's cutscenes, which we'll get into. I'd like to fix my camera. I think the music and how forward it is in the cutscenes, that kind of dreamy, synthy, airy kind of ambience, just is not there in this. It's my biggest problem with the game. Is I mean, overall, I think the game's good. I like it, but it just doesn't. I don't. That was the most unique, special thing about Silent Hill to me. Was that atmosphere, and it's just not there. I mean, the horror stuff is there, sure. The horror stuff's maybe even better than before, and the sound design's great. I mean, there's some really awesome spatial audio and little details like the Mary's last breath and all that stuff, but in terms of how they use the music and the cutscenes and how often, I mean, this matters with the pace too, with how much gaming there is in this. How often those like less horror-y tracks come in, and they just don't do it well, in my opinion, much at all. I'm a big music guy. I'm really into the music stuff in games, and I love Yamaoka. I think his new tracks, like new boss ones and some of the other more like ominous ones, are pretty good, but it just doesn't play front and center like it did before. So I do have a problem with that for sure, which is a shame. Sucks, but anyways, let me see if I can add this camera in here, and then we'll just talk about the whole game. There it is. Now it's there. Yeah, this is just broken. Great. I could remake it, but I'd really rather not. I'd have to restart the stream. Look, I don't need my face over it, I guess. I'm gonna turn on a light, take a piss, and then we'll shoot the shit about it. I don't know if anybody cares enough on the Silent Hill 2. If you guys have a take, though, by all means. Or you want to discuss remakes and shit. I'll probably out some notes. We'll talk about things. If you watch along with some of these playthroughs, I guess of mine, you'll probably get the idea because I reiterate so often. But we'll get the final shake here. So take a quick piss. I'll be right back. Thank you for watching. like this feeling, I never get this in this game. Like I just get like a particular vibe from this music, but just it is not there. Look. Man, what is this? Oh, I really have to just like reset everything. You know what I'll do? Yeah, because that's just a still image. I'm just gonna add a new capture, just for a little bit. Just yeah, that could be me on the TV screen. How about that? Alright. I'm sure I'm one of 10,000 people who've done this as a joke. Let me fix some shit. Play some Smash, yeah. It's like, man, I can't wait to hear you talk about my game, bro. Two, yeah. Anyways, let's just have Laura rock for now. So yeah, that was Silent Hill 2 Remake, all the ending scene, all that shite. Well, what did we think of it? The schmuck, yeah. When they said TV was rotting your brain, they were right, dude. So anyways, yeah, overall I liked it. I don't think it was a replacement by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think it was good. I think it captures the feeling of the horror elements of Silent Hill really well. It's not as gritty, it's much more of a clean, I mean, it's dark, like there's nastiness, but it's a much more high fidelity, clean kind of thing. And part of it's the filter not being there. Yeah, it captures those horror elements well. Makes good use of vertical space with some of the monsters, some of the voids, mixed with the sound design, all that. It's really nice on that front. I think it misses the mark. Yeah, so we should just probably go down the list. I could do the overall here. The overall is, I like it. I think it's good. I think it's an interesting take on it. I think they clearly had an eye for detail at times, and they tried to pack in as many little references and things as they could, and stayed pretty true to what was supposed to be happening, while still kind of throwing in a little bit of their own art design and new takes on the gameplay and the levels and stuff, the level design especially. And I think those things for the most part work out. But I think while they're not, they could have fucked it up a lot harder, and that's why people are giving a lot of credit. I don't think they do as good as it could have been, for sure. Big areas like the dreamy feel, the surrealism, the pace, I think those are very important to Silent Hill. The gameplay and all that was always important, but let's be real. everybody's always said a lot of the Silent Hill combat and stuff wasn't that good. It was quick and done. It was to the point. It was fine. You know, he didn't feel like a skillful, you know, badass, and that he wasn't, right? So it's not the best, but like it wasn't a big deal ever. So improving that's fine, but improving that does not make up for missing what did make it. Why is it an all-timer if it has such, you know, a glaring issue? Well, it's because it wasn't that glaring of an issue. So now that's fine. You want to make it more visceral. It's more wild and crazy, and you know, that allows them to do more spooky stuff with the enemies and with paying attention to your rooms and looting and all that stuff. And I think that's cool, but yeah, at the cost of other parts. It's a trade-off that I prefer the original still overall, but this is way better than it had any right being. And I think they did a good job, and I'd like to see them do more. If somebody was gonna, I guess I'd be fine with them doing it. Just like I said, the feeling of space, and the unknown and all that, and just every little detail. Some of the best sound design in the business, I'd say. I was really good on that front. I really liked that. Yamaoka did not do sound design on this, so that is all on Blueberry. He is credited just for music, so I think they did a good job there on the horror areas, for sure. And this game does do more horror than it does the other stuff, I would say, and it does that. I mean, you could argue better, right? I mean, some people are probably, you know, particular to the more gray filter and all that, but I think in this game, they have a lot of variety of locations, a lot of usage of light and hard light, and or hard shadows and stuff. Lots of varied rooms and everything of all sorts of different looks and sounds and stuff to keep you spicy. So I think not having maybe as unified a style and going a little harder on the Rust thing, which is kind of like a 1 and 3 deal, is fine because they have enough variety there, and then the sound design to match. The game definitely leans into needing that kind of theme park ride to be important, which I guess I'll get into later, because I do think the pace and some of the gameplay, and honestly for me a little bit of the cutscenes are a little lacking, so it's really about just kind of walking around and seeing that stuff. So the variety helps, and the level of the sound design is really good. So yeah, I liked that. Miss anything? Yeah. It has some of that Silent Hill droning and synths and all that, but a little bit more sinister. Musically, I did like some of the new tracks, like the new boss tracks. I guess we could get into music while we're talking about sound design. So I did like some of the new boss tracks, a couple of the new more foreboding, kind of ominous sound tracks and stuff. Yamaoka's still good at making music, of course. But I think the presence, and this goes, I guess, into sound design, I guess it's how it's mixed in there and the focus on it. I think the presence of the more dreamy audio like this, right, or some other ones, I don't know. We can find that. I mean, there's a bunch. Like stuff like this and all that, right? Some of these like more dreamy kind of songs that like contrast, they add a little extra something to Silent Hill. If you just want like just spookiness, there's a lot of games for that, right? Yeah, Silent Hill's particular brand of spookiness with the Jacob's Ladder shit going on is cool, but like that wasn't just Silent Hill to me, right? It was, this meaning, the symbolism, this like dreamy, like almost kind of like a David Lynch thing, kind of just odd feeling, where it could go between horror and then like just serene, but then also just uncanny, bizarre, right? I don't think this game captures that part of it super well. Part of it's the music, like this is not as in your face, right? There's a lot of tracks. I don't know, maybe we can find the Eddie one or something. There's some Eddie ones. There's the pizza and bowling one. Like they'll play some of these songs in this game, but they're like real diegetic and quiet sometimes. They come in less often because the game's like 2-3 times as long. Probably about 2 with my pace. And I feel like it leaves out that, like, for me, the thing that really stood out about the originals, and I only played them like less than a decade ago, and they're some of my favorite horror games still, it was that, like, the feeling of the surrealism. I feel like it just so much more effortlessly blends those things together. And I think a lot of that goes to the music. We were talking about it before too. A lot of that goes to the camera work. In cutscenes especially, but also just when you're walking around, the Dutch angles, the spiraling, all the crazy shit happening. You can give some of it to the grit of it. I think they could have still done some of that in this. Maybe they don't want it in the gameplay, those kind of like camera angles and stuff. I get that, and I think they make a good case for what's happening with the over the shoulder, but the cutscenes, it's so boring a lot of the time. We did the Angela cutscene. That was a great example. It just does not work as well. So the cinematography, how kind of in the back, not like the medium where Yamaoka, he might as well not have been working on it. couldn't even tell. It's had one vocal song. But like it's still very just a little more reserved than I'd like. I liked it when it was a little bit more center stage, in your face, loud, really setting a mood. Also, some of these tracks have been rearranged. Like this one kind of has this like lo-fi. I mean, that's the genre nowadays, but like this kind of like muted kind of grit to it, kind of. It's very clean in this game, in the remake, from what I remember. So part of it's not being as front and center. Part of it's kind of a more clean rearrangement. It kind of misses a little bit of like, you know, the feel. Like, I mean, if he wanted it clean, it was PS2. He probably could have done it clean. You know, I mean, there was some, obviously some compression shit you had to do, but I mean this is purposeful, right? So, I think they make good use of it sometimes. There's some diegetic piano stuff they add because, you know, Mary did the piano and all that. That really works out. And stuff like maybe the bowling song in the theater was very diegetic, but I liked it. It fit. It was much more quiet, but it fit. So it's not all bad. And like I said, I like some of the new stuff, but a lot of where the music and new sound design works is in the horror sections. Like I said, to me, Silent Hill was not just the horror sections. It's not really even that spooky of a game. It's like a disturbing, like psychological horror, but I'm not like nobody's like shitting their pants playing Silent Hill. Well, maybe back in the day. But this has some tense moments, but yeah. So I think those parts are important, and they do a good job on them. But I think the other parts hurt a lot. So that was where my problem is with the music. I mean, I think all the credits arrangements suck. They feel far too fanfare-y, too celebratory, cover arrangement type of shit. Like when we were talking about Thousand Year Door, that's what I felt like. It's cool for the fans to hear like a new version coming from like Yamaoka. I wouldn't really want like a new fan to start with those. Some of those just feel off in tone. And if you think maybe the tone was not a problem, it's like, if anything, they don't really sound very Silent Hill. They just sound like somebody's just covered. Yeah, like this dreamy kind of audio. They'll bring it in. It is in there. But their attention to detail and references and stuff in a visual way, which is really good. I feel like they miss it a little bit in some of the music. Yeah, it's like with this song, it's like, you know, say what you will about like maybe the tone of it, but like it sounds very like consistent with like the other Silent Hill stuff. Like it's big and it's different because it's like a credit song, but like it's still got these kind of like these like those things in the back, those kind of like more kind of odd feeling like synths and shit. Like this shit that just broke in. It was like, but in the new one it sounds like a fucking I'm not gonna play it, but it feels like a like some casino song or something. So it's like, I mean, I think that was a little too much, especially when I think the Silent Hill 2 credits music, they're all really good. I'm a really big fan. So shame there. Silent Hill 3 has a lot of really good stuff like that throughout the game, so I'd be afraid for that. Like ditching the detective song and stuff getting fucked would kind of blow. Although really, Silent Hill 3 is. This was the one. This was my favorite thing in there. I need to go back to the soundtrack. 2 had probably my favorite soundtrack of them all. I don't know why a lot of these aren't on my bigger list. Weird. Let's take a peek here. Oh, this isn't even like. What the fuck? Do I have this label weird? Why are these not there? Tales from 3. But yeah, so that's where I'm kind of at on the music. For me, I was a really important part of Silent Hill 2 to me. Maybe some people feel a little different. I get a lot out of music, so there's a very particular mix and brand of like style and stuff, and Yamaoka is one of my favorite composers because of it. I loved all of his tracks, and I've loved all of his stuff, even in the bad Silent Hill games. And while I think his music's good here for sure, a shame that probably his best soundtrack kind of got didn't work as cohesively as I would have liked it. Other than that, we got the voice acting, the character performances, and all that kind of stuff. I think generally, most characters have good performances. A lot of nuance, a lot of facial expressions and stuff that they work in. Let's go back to something a little more ambient. I think the big takeaways for me were James and Eddie, especially Eddie. I think Eddie, they knocked it out of the park. He's got nuance on when you can tell that he's starting to hate James because of what James, certain things he'll say. He's odd enough, crazy enough, but still like you understand what he's kind of like, a little bit what's going on with him. I think he gets a lot through with the new technology, you know, with the face capture and all that, while still being this kind of like, just it like, this was a big thing about a lot of the voice acting I had a problem with in this, is it, while the original had some very stilted characters like James, I think is kind of bad, there's a certain kind of like with the Twin Peaks type of thing, a very kind of oddity to some of them, where they sound a little more like, you know, it's like in a dream, or they're more crazy, or, you know, they're not all quite there. And while this one goes for more emotion, people are more just like sad and down. It doesn't give them that like otherworldliness at times. And I think sometimes that works out. I think with James, it works out. Him being the nice guy and then kind of being more ragged by the end, I think is great. I think his actor's really good. I think maybe some of his lines here and there I would prefer, like the original intent over what they do, but he's good. And then Eddie, I think Eddie does hit that kind of like odd, kind of not right, but like you can still get a lot of what's going on. Because I mean, these characters only get like 20-30 minutes of probably fucking cut. I mean, this new game a little bit more. They probably double half of the cutscenes, but they have to do a lot with a little, and that's why I think like the music and the pace and all that stuff is such a big deal, because it gets across an odd vibe. Like, you know, with this kind of music for Laura, which in the Laura scene, she has this song in the new game, but then they cut to the spooky door where you know she's gonna lock him in, and it goes and it's like all this like generic horror sounds and shit, and you're just like, okay, you know, like, you know, they'll kind of undercut it with like some stuff like that. I mean, that's one of the most blatant ones, but and maybe they did some of that. I don't remember. Maybe it's just more highlighted here, but yeah. So I think Eddie's voice actor, I guess I'm rambling a bit there. His performance was really good. I liked that one. And there's things that, you know, where James will interact with other people, and depending on how he treats them, it kind of gives you a little look into how he probably thinks about Eddie and stuff. The Angela scene with the statue in the Rosewater Park was good for that. Maybe how he thinks about women and stuff too. So, you know, so more mixed. I'm a bit more mixed on Angela. I would say Angela's performance was different, not bad. Instead of more childlike, instead of more kind of gaunt and kind of manic as well. I guess gaunt's more with how she looks, but she's more like in the original. She's odd, she's a little crazy, but she's also like more childlike, but then also kind of, you know, she's got a lot going on. In this one, she's mostly just kind of like more aggressive against James, and then just kind of like just very sad otherwise. And I think that is fine. I think the idea of that's fine. I don't think it's maybe as interesting. I think there's a larger range she's going for in the original, or the character's going in the original. In this, it feels like she's got a lot more nuance, and she nails those feelings a little better, but she's not doing as much. And it doesn't, and I think what hurts Angela the most, as I'm going to sound like a broken record here, is honestly, like, it's a lot of the cinematography and stuff. It is that music, it is that cinematography, it's that dreamy feel. There's scenes with her where it's like all foggy and shit in the original, and it's just like real clean. The camera's not moving a whole lot. It's mostly just super duper focused on their faces to show off their cool tech and shit. Where the original would do a lot more with like where they're framed, where they are in the room. Sometimes a little bit of body language. Sometimes you get some face too. It depends on which, layer of cutscene they're on, right? You get the pre-rendered, you get the high effort end game ones, and then you get the more just kind of still, quieter ones. If I remember right. So I think where Angela suffers is less her performance and more everything else. Where I feel like Eddie's direction or their intent with him and his performance was good enough, it got past a lot of that. Granted, Eddie also doesn't have a whole lot of scenes, and he doesn't have a lot of like emotional ones, like in a sad kind of way. It's a bit more combative, so I mean the dreaminess isn't maybe as important, but he does have an oddity to him that they have a bizarreness. Characters like Laura, she's really just not there enough to care. There was, in her last cutscene, if you don't count the ending, really bad face mocap. That was a shame. It was during the part where he says he kills his wife, and then she's like pissed, but she's just kind of like plain looking. Her voice actor generally, I feel like, gets across the bratty, emotional kid just fine, but yeah, that's one of those double-edged swords where I feel like you can get a lot more nuance and detail from a performance with this kind of tech, but if you don't have it, maybe your mind can kind of do some of the work for you. But if you do have it and you do it wrong, it like takes away from it. So it took me right out of the cutscene, honestly. So that was a shame. So sometimes it doesn't work out. I feel like that's probably your worst. Some of the characters are a little too puffy looking. Some of them have too big of heads, especially Maria. But Laura's kind of got like a puffiness. I mean, obviously Eddie does, but James looked fine. He looked no problem on him. I mean, obviously he's going to get the most effort, but yeah. So maybe that kind of lends itself to some weird looking face camera action. I mean, the characters definitely look different, but that's not apparently a bad thing. It just kind of depends. I mean, some of the character designs, I did like kind of how more, well, this lends itself back to the cutscenes too, okay? So some of these characters, and it's Maria's the big one, they make the characters look more creepy. Like Angela's a little bit more, I feel like, kind of ragged, maybe almost more this fucking ethereal character, right? At times. Maria especially, a lot of like hard shadows on her eyes. The famous scene where she's in the prison, where you can't even see her eyes. It's just like these voids, and she's got a smile a little too wide, and it's supposed to be creepy because she's, was dead and now she's not, and it's really, reinforcing that she's something of Silent Hill, the world, essentially, but maybe something of her own too. And in the new one, it has no creepiness. She plays it more straight. It's just kind of boring. It doesn't really have much spice to it. They try to make her more this like semi-relatable, sympathetic person. I don't think it does much. Not at the cost of the creepiness or anything. So, yeah, so there's scenes like that where like the look of the character, you know, how like pale they are. Like Angela's really pale in the original, right? That kind of blends into the fog sometimes, stuff like that. Maria's the big one. It just those things, those little details. I think in the content they hurt it for sure. So, and I guess Maria's performance, yeah, Maria was definitely my least favorite by a long shot. I don't think her actor is probably bad or anything. Part of it's just what they're trying to do. They're trying to make her the seductress, but also the nice, history buff and sympathetic, but also manic and also spooky. And I don't think they get much of any of it across. She's not very charismatic, so she doesn't come across as a good temptress. It doesn't feel very natural. It feels very forced. And it's like, oh, maybe that's the intent. I mean, it just doesn't work as well. She's not supposed to be like some awkward, like trying to like get her words right. I mean, it's supposed to, I feel like, flow a little better. And then her like history buff stuff, I mean, it doesn't do anything for me. All the new dialogue they add to her, she tends to butt in too much and blabber too much. I know it's like the idea of her walking around with you. Realistically, she'd be talking with you. So like having some dialogue with her where she actually responds is like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But it's Silent Hill. It doesn't need to make fucking sense. In fact, the more bizarre it is, the kind of works out a little better. Like, yeah, she could just be walking with you and then maybe she doesn't say anything. Maybe she only says something very rarely. And James just doesn't care. He's just with her. And it's like, and this is like they have to like reinforce. And I mean, James will react. He doesn't like her much. He's very cold. He's very standoff. It's very odd to him, but like, he lets her stay with her. But it's like they try to make it like too logical, too rational at times. I'm like, it's Silent Hill. You don't need any rationale. It could just be odd, right? And then spooky later, and I don't think they do that well with her. Yeah, I don't know. I maybe it's her performance. I'm not sure. The Mary stuff isn't too bad if it's the same VA. I'm partial to the original reading, but not too bad as Mary. But yeah, no, the charisma, her huge bobblehead, she just looked kind of goofy looking. I don't know. I mean, I probably wasn't much for her personality either. I don't know, her cadence or just what they're doing there. I found her more just like aggravating, more just kind of like annoying more than anything. I wasn't a big fan of the Maria stuff. I guess there's more reasons, but I've said them so many times over the VOD. You can just go back. It's scene by scene. But otherwise, I thought the performances were pretty good and the new takes were good overall. I know it could sound like I'm just harping on the negatives, like I just hate it all, but it was an interesting new take on it. Like I said, I think if there's emotion lost and feeling lost, it's more in the cinematography, the music, and one or so performances, but mostly just Maria, and then some iffiness on some of the others. But there's some that are better. Like I said, I like Eddie better here. He's more just like a crazy, goofy guy before. Now he's like a crazy, kind of goofy, but kind of there's a little bit more going on, and I kind of like that from him. Yeah, we talked about good art design and variety of visuals. Like I said, there's some strong use of like single lights and shadow and not being able to see like ceilings and all that stuff, and a lot of variety there in each area, which helps keep it's probably too long of a runtime exciting. So I think they do a great job there. The fidelity and all that's real nice. There's a lot of detail. If you're a Silent Hill buff, there's a lot of small details, a lot of like silhouettes and like stains of bodies in the ground, and like little details of her like fan theories and Easter eggs and little things like that. I've been watching a very in-depth other playthrough of the stuff I've already done, and it's actually quite a bit. So very, very impressive on that part on their front. You can tell they gave a shit. Sadly, just putting in a bunch of detail doesn't necessarily mean they're just gonna nail everything. I mean, they're fans, but there's more than just going down the laundry list, I guess. And I say that because I like those musical parts and those cutscenes and stuff. I really wish those hit, because otherwise I've probably been all on board with. So that was the attention to detail and the respect to the original, which is really cool. Yeah, like James, liked Eddie. Angela was alright. Hurt more by the scenes. Maria was bad. I got some mixed stuff here. I'm trying to. I just kind of made a laundry list when really it's like I prefer to kind of make broader points, I guess, and then bring in the details to back. But honestly, we've talked about it so many times. I've been playing this for probably way too long that we're just kind of going down it. So if anybody wants to talk about anything in particular, thinks I said something stupid, by all means. Oh yeah, the combat and stuff. So that's the big one. That's the one that I think most people are going to be like, "Whoa, you know, it's so much better." I do think the combat's neat. I think it's definitely more, and you'll see people say this too much, but like visceral, right? I think he has an energy, or he's just, you know, it's more violent, kind of, you know, running around and having to like aim properly, you know. It's going for Resident Evil style survival horror. So I like elements of that for sure. I think it's fun enough just getting loot, because it's just, I mean, everybody likes getting a little bit of loot in these and being careful with resources. And I like most in the combat how it lets different enemies kind of have new life breathed into them. So the mannequins will hide behind shit or crawl on walls, and it's like you could kind of do that in the original, but like, it's gonna be a little different with like camera angles and how reactive the combat is and stuff like that. So it gives a little personality to some of them. Obviously the technology does too. So that's kind of neat. Different types of enemies and variants and stuff depending on where you at. Where you at is pretty neat. So that stuff is good. It's going for like a Resident Evil kind of light thing. And for Silent Hill combat, you know, it's probably some of the better combat. If you just take it in a bubble. Something I've seen some people say that I kind of agree with, maybe not as much, but he's a little too able-bodied, it seems like, you know. Instead of feeling like you're just kind of some guy who just rolled in, right? I mean, you're dodging, iframes, multi-dodging, animation canceling. I think this style fits for a modern audience and is going to get you more numbers. But something slower, more methodical, where you gotta like actually dedicate more, you know, where he's gonna place the swing, and you know, I mean, he's got a lot of sway on his gun and stuff, so I mean, maybe that's one thing. I mean, some of that's got to be there for fun, so I get it. And I think for the most part, it's like they make it work. You know, it is fun enough, it's engaging enough. Maybe not perfectly in line and cohesive with the rest of the feel of the game, but hey, it's okay there. I think where my problem would fall with the combat more is pace and variety. When you compare this to some of the competition, even the original, in some instances, it's different. So in comparison to the original, it's a quicker thing. You run by enemies more. In this, you kill like every guy essentially. It's very easy to. You feel very powerful in that way. Granted, they're both piss easy. The original Silent Hills are very easy, but in a way, in the originals, you're kind of just like, you're done. You know, the enemies kind of come back, and but you spend less time in the areas too, so there's less combat going on. It's not great combat, but you know, you're kind of, there's less of it. It's paced quick with less of it, and it's quicker to do. I never really thought of it as like this really bad thing. It was just kind of, it was just how you did it. It was never like the fun of Silent Hill. It was never the focus of Silent Hill, but it was like more than serviceable. So I get wanting to improve that, and I think there was room to do it, and I think they did and didn't. Where the combat doesn't work for me is this game probably has like 2 times, if not 3 times, more dungeon and combat. So we can get a little on level design. It's probably too much. This has been one thing I've seen some people bitch about as well. I would say I agree. I don't think it's a massive problem, but I'm a little mixed on it. It kind of, well, I think it might actually have bigger problems than you might think. The pacing. So the original game is probably like 8, 9, 10 hours. This was like, you know, my pace is probably like 20. Right? It's like double the length maybe. It's a slower moving game because you're more over the shoulder. You're looking around more. There's more level. There's more rooms. Combat takes longer to do. You're fighting more because you just kind of run past a lot of guys in the original. Boss fights are more involved and shit. And some of those things like the boss fights, those are great. Although the last 2 are not as interesting, but they were good in the sense that, you know, they captured what was going on in the original, so I can't complain too much. They just did such a glow up on the other 2 that they look a little bit more. Pyramid Head kind of gets a little bit more of like a light one, and all the juking around on the Pyramid Head fight looks kind of stupid. That's where it looks the most dumb, when you're like iframing through like 50 attacks and spears. It's like, okay, you know. But yeah, so it's more in the pacing, right? So in this game, over 20 hours, you get like 3 different kinds of guns. One's in the last third. It's just a rifle. You got a shotgun. You get a pistol. And then you get 2 different melee weapons. They both react the same way. You just spam R on both of them. And then you get jukes and stuff, right? And just healing. That's not a whole lot. Which, you know, with the right pace, with the right focus of combat, like the original, that's not a big deal. Like, if you had like a tighter game with this combat, I don't think it would sink in as much, because you'll see some people bitch about that with the combat, where it's like, oh, you know, I was really tired of the game by like, I've seen some people say prison, or maybe right after prison, like hotel. And I'm like, well, a lot of it's the variety, right? You know, the enemies have all been doing the same thing. The mannequin's hiding around the corner the same way every time, and you're going to deal with them the same way every time, and he's going to take like 30 seconds to fight, and you're going to dodge him the same way. And I feel like if you're going to go for the Resident Evil style, those do it so well between upgrades, the amount of items you're getting, how often the puzzle's coming in, the amount of different enemies, how tight the games are. RE2 Remake's like probably 8 to 10 hours, right? And then you replay it again and you get like a different scenario, and they're adding all this stuff in there. It's just like more tight controls, more options, more room for strategy between leaving stuff or using certain resources on other guys in this. It's like you just kind of do whatever, you know, a lot more melee and shit. But so it's engaging and it's totally serviceable, kind of like the original. It's just fine. But this one, while better combat than the original, has to be better for twice as long, and then it runs into the pace problem then. So, and this pace problem, I think, is an issue that affects the story, because you're getting about the same amount of story spread out over twice the length. So it does hurt a little bit. You know, how often you get that surreal dreamy feel, how often the characters kind of are present in your fucking life, right? I mean, you have a cutscene with someone and then you go for like 5 hours into some hellscape, right? And that's like, in the original, it's like it'd be like 2 hours, you know? So it does affect the pace a bit. So it's like with anything, this is why bullet lists don't really work with me, I guess. It's all kind of this cohesive thing or not cohesive thing. It all kind of meshes together, so I definitely found the gameplay, well, I was never bored of it. would never just probably want to replay it for the gameplay. Or I could replay RE4 Remake anytime for the gameplay, right? You get another contemporary comparison, you get Alan Wake 2. Not crazy gameplay either, but like it's the same style. Way more options. They get little upgrades. There's little side things to find. They give you story stuff and you know, weapon shit. And it's like, even that's not, you know, like on the same level of gameplay as like RE2 Remake, but it does a lot more for something that is just a story focus. It's just, it's not more variety. So I think, despite being like the place where I feel like everybody probably would point to and be like, ah, on the surface this is the most improved thing, it's honestly one of the weaker elements of it. Just not weak enough that I think it's a big problem. I don't think it kills it. And it's as big a part of the pace and level design as it is the combat, but I mean, that's all part of it. You make a game that's 10,000 hours long, you can't just have one fucking way of playing it, right? You know, it's where if the game is an hour long, you can have that one way of playing it. So it's like, it does matter, right? It matters on how fun it is at its core, and whether that idea can keep it spicy for long enough, or if that gameplay just doesn't matter that much, like the original. Like, it was never a huge deal. Sure, there was room, but I definitely don't think it needs to be the full focus, and it wasn't. It is not the full focus, right? If you want to see it try to be the full focus, you can play like Homecoming or some shit, or Origins with the fucking grabbing things everywhere and shit. Yeah, Origins makes it very goofy. Or not Origins, Homecoming. So it's not Hell Homecoming. So, anyways, yeah, that's the pacing and stuff. So I would say it's a bit slow, but I think the variety of the soundscape, just enough new enemies, just enough weapons, maybe. I mean, and mostly the variety of locations and rooms and different puzzle types is what keeps you rolling for sure. A lot of shortcuts. Some areas seem more labyrinthian than they really are. A lot of them are more linear, but then you get ones like the hospital where it's a bit more, you know, you have to go back up and down a lot. And, but there's a lot of different locations of outside, inside, or, you know, around the place, out on verandas, and, you know, the time of day is changing, and that gives you like a different atmosphere. This game's great with ambient sound and design and what the feeling you get from that. I felt more from the ambient like atmosphere than I ever felt from the cutscenes and shit, where it's probably the opposite of the original, right? So yeah, that stuff helps with the pacing, but I don't know if it quite is enough, because it's really all on those visuals and stuff. And if you've played stuff like Alan Wake 2, while they're really strong visuals, they do get, there is a little sameness sometimes, right? Going from Dark World Hotel or a hospital into prison, into Labyrinth, like they're a little bit more same at that point. That's where I was just like, all right, you know, and I took a lot of breaks. If I played this back to back to back, I'd probably feel a little different. It'd probably be worse, but anyways, what else? I've been talking a lot. That's probably when I list out shit. But it's a big deal game. It's like the remake. I mean, it's an all-timer. The original was. How this kind of affects how well this is done. That it's even like good is honestly pretty surprising, considering Blooper Team's penchant for unsubtlety and honestly just kind of mediocre games. So I'm more than happy to be wrong that this is a good game, and I'd be down to see them try to do 1 and 3 or something. I don't know. Look forward to their next game. I'll see if they learned anything, or if this was like somehow maybe Ito was a part of it and he went hard, but I don't know, honestly. It's been a long time since he was a part of this shit, so. Or somebody else was managing them, I don't know. But yeah, so what else we got on here? Talked about the camera work, and all the Dutch angles and the crazy cameras and all that the kind of mix of like preset cameras and stills and whatever the fuck, you know, but you still had some pans and some scrolls and stuff in the original. and even some kind of over-the-shoulder type of shit. I think that was much more interesting emotionally, but like I said, I think this does do a lot with like area design and enemy kind of surprises where the over-the-shoulder kind of works, and it's a concession they make for gameplay and I guess modern sensibilities to try to kind of make it more palatable, right? People don't like their camera moving around, I guess, or controlling guys in weird ways. I mean, that's something also unique to tank controls that works a bit better. You could, you know, you just keep holding forward and the camera can change as much as it wants. So that is one little thing that you can get in tank controls. Not a necessity for sure. I mean, you can play games with set camera angles and it'll keep holding forward, it'll keep it, but you have to reset it. So, I mean, maybe they could have done more experimental stuff there, but they were keeping it more close to the chest and probably more personal, but I don't know, there's a little something lost there. I think at least in the cutscenes they could have done better on the camera work. But other than that, yeah, combat, I mean, melee itself can be a bit janky as well. You don't fight many enemies at the same time when originally you would a lot. I think a lot of that's the kind of Callisto Protocol issue where it's like it just doesn't work as well with multiple guys. With the gun, it's fine. But you try to melee and it's like zipping over to another guy, or it's hitting a guy on the ground, or it's like swinging wide, or the camera's getting stuck on something, or you're clipping into some shit. It doesn't work quite right. This is very typical AAA like magnetized combat. You attack and you like slide 10 miles, or the enemy attacks and they're sliding, and so there's a little bit of immersion lost in that you attack and that you attacked right there on the spot, and maybe you'll advance a little bit, but like your action is more in your control. So like if you fuck it up or if you hit it, it feels a bit more rewarding. This is very like modern sensibilities where you don't have to fucking really even like think about it. You just fucking press the button and he just slides over and smacks it, and it's more cinematic. And I mean, that can be fun. There's stuff that just slides that, I mean, isn't inherently bad or anything, but in this it's very much just kind of in the player's favor to kind of just not really think about like execution as much as just the idea of going for it, and the execution's more in the dodging. So yeah, so little jank, it's whatever. I mean, the gunplay, I don't know, you wait to get a little bit more aim, but you don't really care half the time. The game's pissy, you get like 50 fucking of each heal at the end, and you could just melee most of the guys. It doesn't take much to learn, they don't deal that much damage. I mean, I played on standard, but that's what they said their vision was, so. I don't think it being harder would have added much because there's not much of a difference in the gameplay, so it doesn't really make too much of a difference for me. But yeah. So what else here? A lot of Maria. A lot of Maria. I'm bitching about Maria in these notes. I didn't make like a comprehensive thing of notes. So. I think that's about it on the notes. So what all did we miss on this? So pacing's kind of an issue which affects story, significance, and timing. But it does give you more time to sit with the gameplay, which I don't know is worth it, but you get more time to spend in the areas they do best, which is the horror environments, where the sound design shines. The visuals and the variety of visuals shines, which there is a variety in the original, but it's not as stark as this in variety. But it didn't need to be as much in the original because it was half the length, so I'm good on them to have more variety. I definitely feel like I was much more into the environments in the first 2/3. I think once you get to prison, I care a little less, but what else is there? The performances and new takes on the characters are pretty good. Some I like better, like probably James and Eddie. Some I like worse, like Maria. Some I'm just kind of have more of a problem with cinematography and camera work, like Angela, and presence of music. I have a problem with that. It's not as there. It's not as present. It's not just because it's diegetic sometimes, but just not the focus as much. Nice attention to detail. I don't think they fucked anything up like super hard, right? You could really just fuck this, right? So hats off to them on that. I definitely think they're big fans. I definitely think they get it. I think their execution is just a little off. Just a bit. I would not recommend this as a replacement. I think it gives a different vibe, but I think it's a totally fine reimagining, different take on it. So I would say in the vein of like an RE2 remake, RE4. I don't think that's as good as those for what they're trying to do in terms of like reimagining the game and how well they do it. But I do think it's in that vein. I think it's good still. It's worth playing. It's worth playing both of them. But yeah, I think they just miss in a couple places for me. A couple places, more than a couple, enough places where I end up just not getting the special feeling I got when I played the original not terribly long ago. And I think that dreamy kind of atmosphere and cinematography and that blend and sliding in and out of that and horror with a tighter pace, I think was just more evocative to me. I don't really have a big problem with like older stuff either. So while I like the fidelity and I like what creativity and you can get with like the new technology when it comes to lighting and area variety and then a nuance in the performances, it's not an everything thing to me. So I think if they remade another one, they could probably clean up the gameplay a little bit more, a little tighter. I mean, either that means more methodical or just less janky. Could add more spice to that kind of stuff. I think going for Resident Evil, like, if you're not going to do upgrades, you're not going to have more items around. Tighten up the levels so that you don't feel like you're doing the same shit for as long. Would probably be good. Like I said, I wasn't bored by it, but I could see where people say they might at times. Yeah, I would just want. I mean, Silent Hill 1 through 3, they still have the dreamy surrealism, a little bit less than 2, but I really wish they get those cutscenes in check. I think they did not the best job on those. So like I said, some of the performances, but those hurt, man. And the music. I think the credits music was a mistake. I don't know why it's this celebratory remix, fucking cover, arrangements, whatever you want to call them. They're just not as good. I'd hate to have only played this one and then just miss out on all that cool music. You just don't look into the old one thinking you just got the best version. You miss out on all those great songs. So. Oh, fucking Yamaoka was smoking there, man. I mean, he's good. He's great. I still love his music. And I think, like I said, most of his new shit's good, but I wasn't as into the arrangements on this one. Some people probably like them, but outside of just the clean feel of a lot of them, some of them feel too grand, too celebratory. They're noticeable songs in the originals, but they fit so nice and they're so unique. And this, they're like, it's almost distracting at times, more so near the end, on how like it's almost aware of itself. The music is right of the originals and shit. And I think that's the bottom line. I've been talking a lot, but I feel like the original has this almost effortless atmosphere, right? Other than some character performances like James, it's just the sliding in and out of the horror and the surrealism, to the dreamy feel and how the music just fits just right. It feels effortless. It feels like a very just clear vision that they really hammered out. They did a good job on it. And this, I think there's parts like that. I think there's some moments of greatness and atmosphere, but sometimes it feels like they're living in the shadow a little too much, or they're just trying to recreate the thing too much. It feels too like obvious, like the Angela Stair part. There's part in the very beginning too. I can't remember which cutscene, but where it's like it feels like we're going through the motions of recreating it. I'm not lost in the atmosphere. It's a problem with remakes to a certain extent. Like I said, I'm very cynical on remakes in general. I'd rather us just move on and just make new shit. Unless you have a very cool reimagining idea with a lot more artistic, like something with more. Because I don't want to say this doesn't have art. I mean, obviously they put a lot of effort in this. This is more in line with like what I'd like. Like RE2 Remake's a good example of what I like. Like so. There's sometimes there are just like direct upgrades. Like maybe you could say Live Alive. I prefer when it's a different take, when they can put something of themselves in it, while still capturing the spirit, or technology jumps are a good one, right? Like RE2 to RE2 Remake is a huge jump, but you can still capture everything that made that good there. The thing is, it's much harder with Silent Hill because it's not honestly like just like oh, you could just just do this gameplay in a different thing. It's like it's an atmosphere. It's something more ethereal, something more obtuse. It's probably one of the hardest. I imagine it's one of the hardest games you could pick to remake. So I think Bloober did pretty good. Like I said, I'm more than happy to be wrong on the Bloober thing, but it is hard, and I think they missed parts of it. Do not just consider this a replacement. Play them both. I recommend both. There's a lot of remakes where I say don't play the new one. This one's worth playing in its own right. But yeah, did have my problems with it. So anyways, that's it. There's maybe more talk about. I could go all day, but I bring up so much of this stuff already in the playthrough. And honestly, I don't know what I missed. There's probably some big thing. I tried retreading it, seeing if I forgot something, but yeah, there's a lot going on in this. A lot of conversations to be had about the industry and remakes and Bloober atmosphere and gameplay and where gameplay matters and the grand scheme of things. Because I mean, sometimes certain things matter more than others, right? Like I think Drakengard is amazing, but the gameplay most people consider to be fucking horrible, and sometimes it's a make or break for some people. Sometimes it's like not a problem at all. So it's interesting. There's a lot to talk about, so that's why I played it. So yeah, I wasn't gonna play this originally. I was tired. I was like tired of remakes. I am tired of remakes, but still one of the wishes. But let's do this. Let's go back. This is too much, man. But yeah, it's but I heard how good it was, so I was like, let's give it a go. But I'm glad I did. I think there's something here worth doing for sure. And if anything, just bringing it back a little bit of why these were considered good in the first place, and comparing them to your average AAA experience is a nice spotlight. Some of the ideas, some of the topics they're willing to cover in this, rape and sexual assault and murder, and not just for kicks. Like I'm a space marine killing guys, but murder and sickness and love and all that shit, and the way you look and loneliness and all that stuff. It covers a lot of shit. And that fucking handles it. It has some teeth, right? I feel like that's why it's always stuck to a lot of people. that's willing to dig in all this, but with a very just unique, very evocative atmosphere, which, like I said, I don't think this hits quite right, but and it's not something you see in AAA game, right? Where safety and risk aversion is like number one. Now some do. Some still have really great shit like that. Like I said, like Alan Wake's or some of your From stuff. But it's the exception usually. I think if anything, just having that kind of flavor come in here. Man, that fucking chair, man, you could just... my parents have a chair like that. You can just tell how it feels, man. It's like that. Thanks, Rocky. I'm about to jump off here. Thank you, dude. So, yeah, I think it's a cool thing to play and shoot the shit about on stream because of kind of how it puts that kind of spotlight in and all the conversations brought up. Yeah, you should give them a try, Tracker. I'd recommend the first 3. They're not like difficult or anything. They're interesting. Like I said, this one, it's worth playing both for sure. But, third game's a sequel to the first game, so if you were really dying, I'd recommend it. But yeah, it's cool. Anyways, yeah, we'll see what they do. Bloober's got another game coming out next year. Chronos something. Don't think you can make a game in a year of that kind of look. So it's probably a different team been working on it, or this has been done for a bit. Or they're gonna flip some crazy assets. So let's hope they don't go back to the usual Bluebird bullshit. But I'm more hopeful, but I'm also a little I'm a little curious, right? If they do Silent Hill 1 through 3, I'd be more excited for it now, for sure. But the big thing with Silent Hill is gonna be Silent Hill F. You can remake games for a while, but you gotta have something new eventually, right? I know it probably the money men would love to remake every game 1,000 times forever, and they certainly try, like with The Last of Us. But there's a point where people just don't fucking care with their entertainment. They want something more challenging, something with more teeth, something new. So AAA kind of has to adapt there. So I feel like Konami could do a couple more of these remakes. I think you could maybe get through 4. 1, 3, and 4, those other ones. And I think that's kind of where the steam runs out. Those are the last Team Silent Silent Hills. And 4 is probably could use it because it's not the best. At least they were trying something different. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, the future Silent Hill F, the RE-verse, fucking Rikishi game. We'll see on that shit. So, anyways, thank you guys for watching. I'm gonna go check the mail. I was blabbing too long. It was coherent. Yeah, I love Silent Hill. So. Hi, bye. Yeah, I'm gonna check the mail, and if I've got Tomb Raider 1, 2, 3 remastered, playing some more remasters and remakes. I've never played the original Tomb Raiders, so this will be my first playthrough. They looked like cool remasters. I was like, I'm just gonna play them for the first time. You can use the camera as like a drone to like see the secrets. I'm like, that looks nice, man, and I could save anywhere. It's like I'm just gonna like, yeah, that looks fun. It looks comfy, so. We're gonna play the first 3 Tomb Raiders if they're in the mail right now. That'll probably be what we're doing until I'm about ready to go to my trip. So that's if they're even there today. They might not be. So if they're not there today, I have some other stuff installed, but we'll have to see. I worked a good bit today, so. Yeah, anyways, thank you again for the sub and everybody else who subbed and hanging out. Let's me ramble.